Chapter 888. When Ji Tianqing saw the small line of words on the paper, he immediately frowned and a smile appeared on his face. It's Cuckoo. She actually came back to Central State. Ever since he went to the Fey Imperial Court to borrow the Ice Dragon Hammer and unravel Ji Ku's identity, Ji Ku had been staying in the Fey Imperial Court. Back then, Kunwu also told him that Ji Ku would have to stay in the Imperial Court for at least half a year to resolve her crisis and slowly refine the mysterious power in her soul. Now that half a year's time was almost up, Ji Ku should be back soon. That's great. Cuckoo came back just in time for Mai and Yao Yao's wedding. Ji Tianqing was very happy. After receiving Ji Ku's letter, he turned and flew towards the entrance of the monarch residence. The returning swallow forest mentioned in the letter was 30 li west of Central State City. It was a place with a lot of meaning. It was said that 1,000 years ago, when the demon race army was rampaging and conquering the world, the western wilderness Fey were the main battlefield. At that time, the western wilderness Fey were ravaged by the flames of war. Countless Fey tribes and towns were trampled into ruins by the demon race army. The brave warriors of Central State City, in order to protect their homes and resist the invasion of the demon race army, all rushed to the western wilderness to participate in the battle. Not only the Fey race warriors, but many righteous warriors and soldiers of the human race also rushed to the western wilderness to help the Fey race defend against the demon race's invasion. The flames of war continued, causing the world to be in chaos. The people had no way to make a living and countless people died. The brave warriors fought with their lives on the battlefield of the western wilderness, bathed in blood, but they could not contact their families in Central State. Even sending a letter to tell them that they were safe was an extravagant hope. Their families spent their days in worry. They would often look at the maple forest outside the western city gate, waiting for their loved ones to return in triumph. Over time, more and more families gathered in the maple forest, looking at the western wilderness and praying for their loved ones. Although the demon race army retreated to the northern desert after the chaos of the demon race was quelled, a portion of the brave warriors did indeed return in triumph and reunited with their loved ones in the maple forest. But most of the brave warriors died on the battlefield of the western wilderness, their heroic souls and loyal bones buried in other places. Thus, the ancient maple forest was named the returning swallow forest. There was a beautiful meaning behind it. The families of the warriors hoped that their loved ones could return safely, like swallows returning to the forest, returning to their hometown smoothly. In the 100 or 200 years after the chaos of the demon race ended, many people of Central State still went to Yen returning forest to pay their respects to the dead. However, in the past few hundred years, very few people had gone to Swallow returning forest. When Ji Tianqing arrived at Gue Yen forest, the sun was about to set. The dim sunlight shone on the maple forest, illuminating the red leaves on the trees. The ground also seemed to be covered with a layer of red carpet. Some people said that the red leaves on the trees and the dark red ground were dyed with the blood of the brave warriors of the past. They warned the future generations not to forget the chaos of the demon race and to be vigilant in times of peace. Ji Tianqing saw the red leaves and maple trees everywhere, but he didn't think too much about it. He quickly shuttled through the forest, his sharp eyes searching for Ji Ku's figure. His heart was filled with excitement and anticipation. After 100 breaths of time, when he entered the depths of Gue Yen forest, he saw a graceful figure under a 2-meter-thick maple tree. It was a young girl with a graceful figure and a noble temperament. She wore a fiery red dress, her waist-length black hair draped behind her head. There was also a pair of small, fluffy golden ears on her temples. She was very cute. She was standing under the huge maple tree, quietly looking ahead. Red leaves fell from the tree and landed on her body, but she didn't feel anything. It was obvious that she was in a daze and had a lot on her mind. Although Ji Tianqing could only see her back, he could recognize at a glance that it was Ji Ku, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Cuckoo. Ji Tianqing quickly walked to the red maple tree and stopped behind Ji Ku. He called out to her with a face full of smiles. Ji Ku was immediately jolted awake. She slowly turned around and looked at Ji Tianqing. Just a moment ago, she had a lot on her mind and her eyes were a little moist. Now, her expression was normal and she even smiled happily. "Big brother Tianqing, you're finally here." Ji Ku responded in a crisp voice. She quickly took 2 steps forward and stood face to face with Ji Tianqing. Her clear eyes shone with joy. She looked at Ji Tianqing affectionately and couldn't move her eyes away. Ji Tianqing didn't notice anything strange. He reached out and pinched her cute little golden ears. He smiled and joked, "Cuckoo, I haven't seen you for a few months. How did you grow taller again? Not only have you become prettier, you've also become stronger. You've broken through to the heavenly origin stage." Ji Ku smiled and nodded. "Yes, I've been cultivating in seclusion for the past few months. I just want to reach the heavenly origin stage as soon as possible so that I can return to Zhongzhou and help big brother Tianqing." Ji Tianqing smiled and waved his hand. "Cuckoo, I'm not in any danger now and I don't have any strong enemies. I don't need your help. Besides, even if there's any danger, I'll do my best to deal with it. How can I let you take the risk with me? Even if I'm willing, Kun Wu and your parents won't." He was joking with Ji Ku, just like he used to do in the past to make her happy. However, Ji Ku's smile was a little forced. She only nodded and didn't say anything. Disappointment flashed across her eyes and she felt even more bitter. She thought to herself, even if I cultivate desperately and reach the heavenly origin stage, I still won't be able to help big brother Tianqing. I'll still be a burden. At this moment, Ji Tianqing smiled and said, "Cuckoo, you've come back at the right time. On the 9th of next month, big senior sister and I will be getting married. When the time comes, you must come to our wedding. We haven't seen you for a long time and we all miss you." As Ji Tianqing spoke, he noticed that Ji Ku's expression was a little strange. Ji Ku gazed at him with deep affection. Although there was a smile on her beautiful face, her clear eyes were covered with a layer of mist. He hurriedly held Ji Ku's shoulders and asked with concern, "Cuckoo, why are you crying?" Ji Ku hurriedly turned her head to look elsewhere, not wanting him to see her reddened eyes. She pretended to be strong and said, "No. I'm not crying. I'm happy. Big brother Tianqing, I'm happy for you, and big senior sister." Ji Tianqing was instantly amused by her. He reached out to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes and gently stroked her head with his palm. He smiled and said, "Silly girl, why are you still so silly? Why are you crying when you're happy for us?" Ji Ku felt his concern and care. Feeling his gentle palm, it was as if they had returned to the past. She couldn't hold back the bitterness in her heart. She couldn't hold back her pretense of being strong and turned around to throw herself into Ji Tianqing's arms. She hugged Ji Tianqing's neck tightly with her arms. Crystal clear tears flowed out of her eyes as she cried bitterly. "Big brother Tianqing. Actually, the person I like, is you. Can't you tell it all? Can't you feel it? You're going to marry big senior sister. Then what should I do?" Chapter 889. Ji Tianqing was stunned by Ji Ku's sudden tears. He stood there stiffly and looked down at Ji Ku. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Ji Ku leaned on his shoulder and hugged his neck tightly, as if she was afraid that he would disappear if she let go. She lost her voice and cried bitterly. Her weak shoulders trembled, and in her big clear eyes, sparkling and translucent tears flowed down uncontrollably. She had enough time and patience to wait by Ji Tianqing's side and wait for him to understand her feelings. She had already waited for more than 10 years. She didn't mind waiting for another 10 years. However, she didn't expect that she would finally be qualified to stand by Ji Tianqing's side and help him solve his problems. When she came out of seclusion, she received Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao's wedding invitation. Who could understand the pain in her heart? Ji Tianqing was silent for a moment. Then, he opened his arms and hugged Ji Ku. He patted her back gently and comforted her gently, "Silly girl, don't cry. I know you treat me well with all your heart and can't accept anyone else. But Cuckoo, I've always treated you as my little sister." Ji Ku's body stiffened and she slowly let go of his neck. She looked at Ji Tianqing with a miserable expression and took 2 steps back in a daze. She shook her head gently and said, "No, no. Do you only treat me as your little sister? I don't want to. You are the one and only person I love the most in my heart. I don't want to be your little sister. I just want to be your wife and be with you until our hair turns white." "Brother Tianqing, do you really not understand?" Ji Tianqing looked at Ji Ku's dazed and heartbroken appearance. His heart clenched and he felt a stab of pain. "Cuckoo, don't be like this. Isn't it good for us to be like before? Don't worry. I treat you as my little sister. I will love you and pamper you as always. I will never let you suffer. I understand." Ji Ku's tears flowed uncontrollably. Suppressing the stabbing pain of her broken heart, she tried to squeeze out a faint smile on her tear-stained face and loudly said, "Big brother Tianqing, thank you for being willing to love and pamper me. I wish you, and senior sister Yun Yao, happiness, for 100 years. Ji Ku's voice was choked with sobs. He forced himself to finish his sentence before turning around and running out of the maple forest. "Cuckoo." Ji Tianqing quickly chased after her and grabbed Ji Ku's hand. However, before he could say anything, Ji Ku broke free from his grip. Ji Ku didn't even look back as she said in a pleading tone, "Brother Tianqing, don't say any more. Don't follow me. Please let me be alone." Ji Tianqing frowned as he looked at Ji Ku with a complicated expression. His heart was heavy. He could feel Ji Ku's heartache and despair, but he was powerless to persuade her. After all, he couldn't give Ji Ku what she wanted. He could only stand there and watch as Ji Ku left. Her frail and sad figure disappeared at the end of the maple forest. After a long time, he retracted his gaze and sighed heavily. Sigh. "Cuckoo, why are you so silly? What have I done to deserve you to be so devoted to me? I only hope that after today, you can calm down and slowly forget all these troubles. I hope that you can return to the innocent, lively, and cheerful Cuckoo of the past." Ji Tianqing didn't chase after Ji Ku. This was because he knew that Ji Ku was in a terrible mood. She really needed some time alone. With a heavy heart, he quickly left the Yan-returning forest and returned to Zhongzhou City. Ji Ku walked through the forest in a daze, allowing her tears to blur her eyes. Her heart was still very painful. Even the air she breathed in seemed to be filled with the coldness and bleakness of winter. She ran around aimlessly. She only wanted to find a place where no one could see her and cry her heart out. After an unknown amount of time, the sky gradually darkened and night fell. The forest became dark and gloomy. Waves of bird cries and beast roars could be heard from the distance. Ji Ku ran to an ancient and weathered tree. She seemed to have used up all of her strength. She sat down under the tree with a dejected expression. She leaned against the ancient and rough tree trunk and held her head with her arms. She lay on her knees and quietly sobbed. The night wind was cold, but she didn't seem to feel it. After a long time, her tears had almost dried up. Her eyes were a bit red and swollen. Only then did she gradually stop sobbing. It was already late at night. There was no moon in the night sky. There were only a few stars that emitted a weak and dim starlight. She was still lying on her knees. She stared at the fallen leaves on the ground in a daze. At this moment, an ancient and powerful voice suddenly sounded in the night and clearly entered her mind. "Little girl, you seem to be very sad. It was the voice of an old man. His tone was kind, and there was also a sense of superiority and majesty in it. Ji Ku, who was in a daze, was suddenly awakened by this voice. She immediately raised her head and wiped the tears from her eyes. She looked around in confusion. Who is it? Who's talking? She looked around and realized that she was sitting under an ancient locust tree that was 100 meters tall. Under the locust tree was a broken stone path covered by fallen leaves. A black statue that was more than 10 meters tall stood 100 feet to the left. The black and ancient statue was carved of an unknown ferocious beast. It looked very ferocious and dignified. However, the stone statue had been eroded by wind and rain for countless years. It had long become mottled and full of holes. Not far behind her, at the end of the broken stone path, there was a temple that was half hidden by a large tree. However, the temple had been abandoned for many years. Most of the main door had collapsed, and the courtyard was overgrown with weeds. The beams, eaves, and pillars were also covered with cobwebs and dust. There's actually a rundown temple deep in the mountains. How did I end up here? Ji Ku immediately frowned. She was on her guard. In the dark night, in the desolate mountains, there was actually an ancient and rundown temple. There was also that voice that came from nowhere. The atmosphere was a little eerie and terrifying. Ji Ku vaguely felt that this was not a good place. She subconsciously wanted to get up and leave. However, at this moment, the dignified and kind old man's voice sounded in her mind again. I can feel that your heart is like dead ashes. You're very sad and desperate. Tell me your story. Perhaps I can fulfill your wish. The old man's voice did not really exist. It was directly transmitted into Ji Ku's mind. That voice contained some kind of special power that could calm a person's mind and soul, causing them to let down their guard and quickly relax. Ji Ku was silent for a moment. For some reason, she stopped in her tracks and looked at the ancient statue not far away. She could sense that the old man's voice in her mind came from that statue. Who are you? Why are you so mysterious? Why don't you dare to show yourself? Chapter 890. Being questioned by Ji Ku, the voice did not get angry. It chuckled as if it was mocking itself. Who am I? Ha! It's been too long, and I've forgotten who I am. Perhaps I'm just a dejected god who has been forgotten for many years and is not worshipped by incense. Ji Ku immediately frowned and said with a puzzled expression, a dejected god who has been forgotten by people? Humph. Stop pretending to be so mysterious. She did not know much about the ancient legends, so of course she did not believe in gods and ghosts. The voice was still calm as it said indifferently, Little girl, it's your fortune to be able to meet me. Since I'm a god, I have supernatural powers that mortals cannot imagine. It's fine if you don't want to reveal your inner thoughts. I can naturally know what you're thinking. I only have one piece of advice for you. Whether it's martial strength, power, or wealth, you have to work hard to obtain them. It's the same for love. If you don't think of ways to fight and snatch them, how can you win the favor of your sweetheart? Ji Ku's body stiffened slightly as she silently looked at the ancient statue. The benevolent voice said earnestly, there's no hatred in the world for no reason, and there's no love for no reason either. If you want to capture your lover's heart, you have to take the initiative to fight for it and take practical actions. What's the use of crying? Even if you cry until your eyes go blind tonight, that person will still not feel the slightest bit of heartache. Upon hearing this, Ji Ku immediately shook her head and muttered to herself, no, that's impossible. Big brother Tianqing is not such a person. He would not be so heartless to me. Moreover, he and senior sister Yun Yao are truly in love. They are willing to give up their lives for each other, no matter what. I should be happy for them that they can tie the knot. I will never do anything to destroy their relationship. I'm crying because I want to be sad alone for a while. The old man's voice suddenly became dignified as he scolded angrily, "Foolish. If you like him, you have to fight for it. If you love him, you have to say it. If you don't take the initiative to capture his heart, you will be sad and can only watch him accompany another woman day and night and be in love with each other." But Ji Ku was suddenly at a loss for words. Her emotions became extremely complicated as she silently lowered her head. The old man said again, "No buts. I just want to ask you, do you want to be with him, to be together forever?" Of course I want to." Ji Ku answered almost subconsciously without hesitation. "Then do as I say. I guarantee that you will get what you want and your dream will come true." The old man's voice was sonorous and powerful. It contained an unquestionable dignity and an extremely strong soul-suppressing power. Ji Ku was caught off guard, and his soul power was weak. How could he resist? Her expression suddenly became dazed. Her clear eyes were filled with confusion, and her mind became a little blurry. Can you really help me fulfill my wish?" "Of course. I am a deity, omnipotent." The old man's voice was filled with confidence and majesty. Ji Ku's mind and soul were silently suppressed. He was bewitched by the invisible spiritual energy and gradually lost himself. Her reaction became a little sluggish, and she asked with a dazed expression, "Then what should I do?" The voice said solemnly, "You just need to close your eyes and imagine the result you want, the scene in your dream, and immerse yourself in it." Ji Ku seemed to be unable to control herself. She slowly sat down under the big tree, leaned against the ancient locust tree, and closed her eyes. Her expression was serene as she immersed herself in her beautiful fantasy. Soon, she entered the dreamland. The surroundings returned to silence, and the night grew darker as if nothing had happened. After Ji Tianqing returned to the monarch palace, he sat in his room for the entire night. The incident that happened in the evening kept replaying in his mind. Ji Ku's heartbroken and tear-streaked face appeared in his mind again and again. His heart was in a mess. He felt both heartache and helplessness. At daybreak, he got up and left Tianqing Palace to rush to Kunwu Palace. "I wonder if Cuckoo came back last night. I hope she can calm down and stop being so sad. I have to talk to Kunwu later and ask him to help persuade Cuckoo." Although Ji Tianqing didn't know how to face Ji Ku, and it might be awkward if they met again, he was still worried. His heart was full of worry. He couldn't feel at ease until he saw Ji Ku. Not long after, he flew to Kunwu Palace and landed outside the main gate. After he explained the purpose of his visit to the guard led him into Kunwu Palace. He sat in the guest hall for a while before he saw Kunwu, who was wearing a white fox fur coat, striding into the hall. The two of them exchanged a few words when they met. He went straight to the point and asked, "Kunwu, did Cuckoo come back last night?" "Cuckoo?" Kunwu was startled and asked doubtfully, "Wasn't she always at Xingyu village outside the city? Did you meet her last night?" Hearing him say this, Ji Tianqing knew that Ji Ku didn't return to the monarch mansion. She most likely went back to Xingyu village. He frowned and said to Kunwu, "Kunwu, send a message to the people of Xingyu village. Did Cuckoo go back last night?" "Tianqing, what happened?" Kunwu realized that something was wrong and had a bad premonition. Ji Tianqing said with a serious expression, "I can't explain it to you for the time being. You send the message first." Kunwu didn't say anything else. He quickly took out a communication jade slip and sent a message to Xingyu village outside the city. After he sent the message, the two of them sat in the main hall and waited in silence. After about 7 minutes, a spiritual light flew from the sky and landed in front of Kunwu. Swoosh! The spiritual light flashed and a communication jade slip appeared in Kunwu's palm. He quickly used his spiritual sense to check the information in the jade slip. After reading it, his expression changed and he frowned. The people of Xingyu village replied. Ku left Xingyu village yesterday afternoon and never returned. Suddenly hearing this news, Ji Tianqing's expression immediately changed, and a deep sense of worry arose in his heart. Oh no! Kunwu's expression also became serious. He was full of doubts and worries. He quickly asked, Tianqing, what happened? What happened to Ku? Ji Tianqing was silent for a moment. He could only explain to him, yesterday evening, Ku asked me to meet her at Guiyan Forest outside the city. He gave a simple explanation of what had happened. After hearing this, Kunwu was even more worried. He said anxiously, Tianqing, how could you leave Ku alone? If something happened to her. Ji Tianqing was full of bitterness. He said in a low voice, how could I follow her in that situation? Forget it. It's my fault. I'll go and find her now. After that, he bowed to Kunwu and stepped out of the main hall. Wait. I'll go with you. Kunwu quickly followed him. He said as he walked out, I'll send the order to send the guards of Xingyu village to find Ku together. Chapter 891. Ji Tianqing and Kunwu left the monarch mansion and rushed to Guiyan Forest outside the city to search for Ji Ku. After receiving Kunwu's order, the demon guards of Star Moon Villa also rushed to Guiyan Forest and started searching the surroundings. From the time the sun rose until the afternoon, the group had been searching for 6 hours. With Guiyan Forest as the center, everyone searched the area within a 500-mile radius. In the end, it was Ji Tianqing who found Ji Ku. When he found Ji Ku, it was near an abandoned temple deep in the mountains. Outside the abandoned and dilapidated ancient temple, there was a broken stone road covered with fallen leaves. On the left side of the road was an ancient black stone statue, and on the right side was an old locust tree that was 100 meters tall. Ji Ku was lying under the old locust tree, leaning against the rough tree trunk and sleeping peacefully. This unknown ancient temple was hidden deep in the mountains and had not been visited for many years. If Ji Tianqing had not been careful and used his spiritual awareness to detect Ji Ku's aura, it would have been difficult to find this place. After he found Ji Ku, he saw that Ji Ku was safe and sound. There were no injuries on her body and her life force was very stable. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. However, he called out to Ji Ku several times, but he could not wake her up. Not long after, Kunwu also rushed over and landed under the old locust tree. Like Ji Tianqing, he saw that Ji Ku was safe and sound and felt relieved. However, Ji Ku's eyes were still closed and she was in a deep sleep. She did not react to anything around her. Kunwu saw that something was wrong and quickly shouted, Ku, what's wrong? Wake up. However, it was useless. Ji Ku was still in a deep sleep. Kunwu turned to look at Ji Tianqing and asked in a worried tone, Tianqing, what's going on? How did Ku become like this? Ji Tianqing shook his head and said with a solemn expression, I don't know what happened to put her in a deep sleep. I can't wake her up no matter what. As he spoke, he carefully observed his surroundings and used his spiritual sense to explore the ancient temple not far away. In the end, everything was normal. The old locust tree, the ancient stone sculptures, and the abandoned and dilapidated temple were all normal. Ji Tianqing frowned and thought for a moment. He then said in a deep voice, Kunwu, we can't stay here for long. Let's take Ku back to the monarch mansion first. She's in a deep sleep, and the situation is a little strange. Let's go back and slowly find out the reason. Kunwu naturally nodded in agreement. After that, Ji Tianqing carried Ji Ku into the sky and flew back to the monarch mansion at lightning speed. Kunwu gave the guards of Star Moon Manor an order and quickly followed Ji Tianqing back to the monarch mansion. Nearly 2 hours later, the two of them returned to the Tianqing Palace with Ji Ku. Ji Tianqing carried Ji Ku into the secret practice room and put her on the ice jade bed used for healing. Then, he used his spiritual sense power and used the Sushin Dharma eye to carefully observe Ji Ku to find out the reason why she was in a deep sleep. Kun Wu stood aside and looked at Ji Ku anxiously and worriedly, waiting for the results of Ji Tianqing's investigation. After a quarter of an hour, he saw that Ji Tianqing had finished his investigation. He quickly asked, "Tianqing, how is Ku's situation? Why is she in a deep sleep?" Ji Tianqing shook his head and said with a solemn expression, "I've carefully checked her body. There's nothing wrong with Ku's body, and she hasn't suffered any injuries. It's like she's asleep." "Then why is she in a deep sleep? There must be a reason." Kun Wu was worried and said anxiously, "Tianqing, let's ask the God Teacher to take a look." "Alright, I'll go and ask God Teacher Black Feather now." Ji Tianqing had the same idea and agreed without hesitation. He flew out of the Tianqing Palace and rushed to the Black Feather Palace personally to ask God Teacher Black Feather to treat Ji Ku. 2 hours later, he brought God Teacher Black Feather back to the secret room. Ji Ku wasn't the prince of the monarch mansion, so God Teacher Black Feather could ignore him. However, he thought highly of Ji Tianqing and used the Divine Soul secret technique to treat Ji Ku for Ji Tianqing's sake. He stood beside the ice jade bed and used the Divine Soul secret technique to release a dense white light that enveloped Ji Ku. Swish! The Divine Soul white light contained a special mysterious power. Soon, he figured out Ji Ku's situation. God Teacher Black Feather withdrew the Divine Soul white light and turned to Ji Tianqing. He said with a serious expression, "Tianqing, Ji Ku isn't injured and her life isn't in danger at the moment. However, her soul spirit is in a deep sleep. It seems like she is in a dream and can't wake up. That dream originated from the depths of the soul spirit and can't be awakened by normal means. We can only enter her dream and try to wake her up." Hearing God Teacher Black Feather's words, Ji Tianqing and Kun Wu's expression changed and revealed a worried expression. Kun Wu asked worriedly, "God Teacher Black Feather, what will happen if Ku can't wake up?" God Teacher Black Feather said calmly, "Then she will be in a deep sleep in the dream forever and lose herself. There won't be any difference between being alive and being dead. No, we can't let her sleep like this forever." Ji Tianqing shook his head and asked God Teacher Black Feather, "God Teacher, how can we enter her dream and wake her up?" God Teacher Black Feather thought for a moment and said with a serious tone, "I have mastered an ancient divine soul mystic technique called Black Dust Dream. It can help you enter her dream. However, only the people closest to her and the people she trusts the most can enter her dream and have the chance to wake her up. However, no one knows what her dream is like. If you enter her dream recklessly, there might be unexpected dangers. If you want to wake her up, it's best for you to discuss carefully who should enter her dream." Ji Tianqing and Kun Wu looked at each other and said in unison, "Let me do it." After saying that, the two of them went silent for a moment. Kun Wu quickly explained, "Tianqing, I am Ku's brother. She left us not long after she was born. We owe her too much, I won't let her suffer any harm. Let me complete the task of waking her up." Ji Tianqing shook his head and said with a serious tone, "Kun Wu, this happened because of me. I have to solve it. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. I hurt Ku's heart. Her dream is most likely related to me. Therefore, it's more suitable for me to wake her up." But Kun Wu was still worried and wanted to persuade him. However, Ji Tianqing said with a firm tone, "No buts. It's decided." After saying that, he turned to look at God Teacher Black Feather and said with a serious expression, "God Teacher, you can start using the mystic technique." God Teacher Black Feather nodded slightly and said with a serious expression, "Tianqing, since you have decided to enter Ji Ku's dream, you have to remember one thing. Her dream might be grotesque. No matter what you see, don't be confused. It's all an illusion. No matter what danger you and her encounter, you have to stay alive." Chapter 892. After listening to God teacher He Yu's advice, Ji Tianqing and Kun Wu both frowned. It's actually so strange. If one dies in the dream realm, their soul will also be destroyed. The two of them never thought that something as illusory as the dream realm would have such terrifying power. God teacher He Yu nodded and said seriously, Ji Ku was affected by some kind of soul power, which is why she fell into the spiritual dream realm and can't wake up. This spiritual dream realm is strange and dangerous. You have to be careful when dealing with it. When you enter the dream realm, you can only wake Ji Ku up and let the spiritual dream realm dissipate. Only then can you and her wake up. Otherwise, you will be like her, forever trapped in her dream realm with no way to escape. God teacher He Yu remained silent for a while before continuing, Ji Tianqing, you better think carefully before making a decision. Kun Wu also looked at Ji Tianqing with a face full of worry. She advised, Tianqing, this is too dangerous. Ji Tianqing shook his head and said firmly, no matter how dangerous it is, I have to try my best to wake Cuckoo up. No matter what, I will do my best to protect her. I won't let her get hurt. Seeing how determined he was, God teacher He Yu and Kun Wu stopped persuading him. Tianqing, you go lie on the icy jade bed as well. Lie beside Ji Ku. God teacher He Yu pointed at the icy jade bed and said with a serious expression. Ji Tianqing followed his instructions and lay beside Ji Ku. Close your eyes and relax your mind and soul. I'm going to use the black dust dream secret technique. Ji Tianqing did as he was told. He closed his eyes and allowed his mind and soul to relax. After that, God teacher He Yu made hand seals and released a mysterious white soul light. He drew out many seals and started to use the black dust dream secret technique. Rays of white soul light landed on Ji Tianqing and Ji Ku's bodies and enveloped them. After 100 breaths of time, their bodies were covered by the white soul light. Ji Tianqing gradually lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. His soul was protected by the white light of his divine soul, and he silently entered Ji Ku's dream. Shua! Ji Tianqing only saw a white light flash in front of his eyes, and then he came to another world. He appeared on a wide and tidy street out of thin air, looking around with confusion and confusion. It was an ancient and majestic city. The sky was blue and the sun was shining brightly. He was standing on a wide street paved with bluestone slabs. Both sides of the street were crowded with humans and demons. There were at least 10,000 of them. Behind the crowd were rows upon rows of shops, tall buildings, and palaces. The streets were filled with hubbub of voices. The citizens were in high spirits, whispering and cheering as if they were welcoming the arrival of a certain important figure. So this is Ku's dream. Ji Tianqing originally thought that Ji Ku's dream would be absurd and bizarre, and it was very likely that some unexpected scenes would appear. However, he never thought that Ji Ku's dream would be like this, and it felt somewhat familiar. The bluestone street under his feet, the humans and demons on the side of the street, and the rows of shops and houses. Everything was exactly the same as the streets of Central State City. The laughter of countless citizens clearly entered his ears. The expressions on the citizens' faces, their lively eyes, everything was so realistic. He stood on the bluestone street, but he could not tell whether this world was real or fake. Not far away from him, a few human beings were talking excitedly. Today is so festive and lively. All the citizens of the city have been alarmed. That's right. After all, today is young Master Ji's wedding day, how could it not be lively? It's not just our Central State City, all the citizens of the world know of this good news. Why hasn't the bridal sedan arrived yet? I really want to see young Master Ji's peerless elegance with my own eyes, and see the incomparably beautiful bride. Young Master Ji is such a prodigy of the Emperor's son, it's already a blessing for us to be able to see him. As for young Master Ji's beautiful wife, how could he let us see her? I don't even need to look to know that if she can marry young Master Ji, how could she be an ordinary woman? She must be a peerless beauty who can topple a city. When Ji Tianqing heard this discussion, he immediately frowned, and his heart was filled with doubts. Prodigy of the emperor's son, young Master Ji. He's getting married today. The young Master Ji they are talking about, could it be me? At this moment, the citizens on both sides of the street suddenly burst into excited cheers. Look, the bridal sedan is here. It's here, it's here. The bride is coming. Don't block me, I want to see young Master Ji with my own eyes. When Ji Tianqing heard the thunderous cheers, he hurriedly raised his head to look at the end of the street. He saw that at the end of the bluestone street, there was an honor guard of about 200 people slowly walking over. It was a solemn wedding procession. There were nearly 200 guards and maidservants, all wearing bright red clothes. There were dozens of guards beating gongs and drums, playing joyous music. There were dozens of guards in the procession, holding bright red lanterns and red flowers, as well as many red gauze curtains. There were dozens of maidservants in red dresses, carrying baskets of flowers. They waved their slender hands and scattered flowers into the sky. There were also more than 30 elite guards guarding the surroundings of a huge flower carriage. The jade sedan was made of gold, jade, and precious stones. It was incomparably luxurious and exquisite, and its surface was inlaid with hundreds of colorful flowers. It was magnificent. 6 handsome dragon horses pulled the jade sedan side by side, slowly moving along the bluestone street. In the bridal sedan, which was wrapped in fresh flowers, a young woman wearing a bright red wedding dress and a red veil could be vaguely seen. Although the woman's face could not be seen clearly, just from her vague figure, one could tell that she was a beauty who could topple a city. Ji Tianqing stood on the street and stared at the wedding procession. His expression became somewhat complicated. Of course, he recognized that the nearly 200 guards and maidservants were the honor guard of Tianqing Palace. The scene in front of him was the scene of him marrying the bride. But he knew that this was Ji Ke's dream, and not something that happened in reality. He was a little nervous and a little confused. Because he did not know who the beautiful woman wearing a wedding dress and a red veil in the exquisite and beautiful bridal sedan was. Unknowingly, the wedding procession was getting closer and closer to him. The joyous sound of gongs and drums became deafening. The people on both sides of the street only noticed him now, and they all looked at him with complicated gazes. Many people were discussing in confusion, and some people even scolded him, telling him to leave. But Ji Tianqing stood in the middle of the street, his eyes fixed on the beautiful red figure in the bridal sedan, and he had no intention of giving way. Finally, the wedding procession was in front of him, and had to stop. The deafening sound of gongs and drums gradually stopped, and many guards and maidservants looked at him. The eyes of the people on both sides of the street were also focused on him. The scene quieted down, and the atmosphere was a bit strange. Countless people were whispering. At this time, the beautiful red figure in the bridal sedan lifted a corner of the red veil. She stretched out her hand to push aside the beaded curtain of the bridal sedan, and looked at Ji Tianqing. When she saw Ji Tianqing's face clearly, her clear eyes showed a touch of joy, a trace of shyness, and a strong sense of confusion. She lowered her head slightly and asked in confusion, "Brother Tianqing, why are you here? Today is our big day, why aren't you wearing your wedding dress?" Ji Tianqing saw her appearance clearly, and he was stunned. This was because the bride wearing a red wedding dress and a red veil was actually Ji Ke. The wife I am marrying is actually Ke. This is Ke's dream. Chapter 893. Ji Ke's dream turned out to be a scene like this. Although Ji Tianqing was a little surprised, he wasn't confused. After all, he understood Ji Ke's feelings. Her heart was completely tied to him. He didn't mean to hurt Ji Ke, but he entered Ji Ke's dream to wake her up. Therefore, he stared at Ji Ke in the bridal sedan and said in a sincere tone, "Ke, this is all fake. It's all your dream. Wake up quickly." As soon as he said that, the commoners on both sides of the street immediately went into an uproar and burst into discussions. Who is this fellow? What nonsense is he spouting? How despicable! This fellow actually dares to obstruct the bridal procession and ruin young Master G's wedding. Where are the guards? Why aren't you chasing this troublemaker away? No. That white-robed youth seems to be young Master G. What? How can he be young Master G? Isn't today his big day? In the exquisite bridal sedan, Ji Ku, who was dressed splendidly with a golden jade phoenix coronet and a golden buyao, had a drastic change in expression. She frowned and her beautiful face was filled with confusion. Her voice was filled with worry and anxiety as she asked, "Big brother Tianqing, what's wrong? There's not enough time. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly go back and change into your wedding clothes. Don't make a fool of yourself in front of everyone." Ji Tianqing had already expected her to react this way. He patiently explained, "Cuckoo, you must believe me. This is all your dream. It's definitely not real. I know you're very sad and disappointed, but the wife I'm marrying is Yun Yao." The crowd on both sides of the street immediately erupted into even more intense discussions and cries of surprise. Ji Ku's beautiful face also turned pale. The embarrassment and joy on her face and in her eyes immediately vanished. Her body stiffened as she stood rooted to the ground. As if she had suddenly regained her senses, her mood instantly became heavy and sorrowful. After a long silence, her body trembled slightly. Her clear eyes filled with tears and her voice was choked with sobs. "No. This wasn't a dream, it was real. Big brother Tianqing, we've been childhood sweethearts. You're the only one in my heart. I like you so much. If I can't marry you, I'd rather not live in this world." Ji Ku's face was full of tears. Her tone was sorrowful but firm. Ripples appeared in Ji Tianqing's heart. He felt touched, sad, and guilty at the same time. However, he suppressed the guilt and remorse in his heart. He stared at Ji Ku and said sincerely, "Ku, you and I both know that this is impossible. Why are you so stubborn? If you fall into a dream and are unable to extricate yourself, you will never wake up, we're all worried about you." Ji Ku shook her head with a miserable expression. She clutched her red wedding dress tightly and said with tears streaming down her face, "No, it's not like that. How could this be a dream? Even if it's a dream, I'd rather live in a dream than wake up. At the very least, I can marry you in the dream and live with you until we grow old together." She raised her sleeve to wipe away the tears in her eyes. She looked at Ji Tianqing with teary eyes and said, "Big brother Tianqing, I know you love eldest senior sister. She's the one you want to marry. If I wake up, I'd like to see you leave me and marry eldest senior sister. However, I don't want to accept reality. I'd rather live in a dream. At least I can fulfill my long-cherished wish. Big brother Tianqing, I beg you, please fulfill my wish. Even if it's only a dream, as long as you're willing to take me as your wife and marry me, I'll die without regrets." Die without regrets? Ji Tianqing frowned and felt a sense of danger. Before he entered the dream, Divine Mentor He Yu had warned him seriously. No matter if it was him or Ji Ku, they had to stay alive in the dream. They couldn't die. Otherwise, their souls would be obliterated and they would truly die. Thinking of this, he hurriedly shook his head and refused. He patiently consoled her, "Cuckoo, please forgive me for not being able to go against my heart and marry you. Don't be silly. I'm not worth it for you to do this. You can't have any thoughts of suicide. Don't worry, I won't leave you. I'm still your big brother Tianqing. I'll always love you and protect you." Hearing his words, Ji Ku, who was in the flower carriage, could no longer hold back her grief. Her tears fell like rain as she cried loudly. "Big brother Tianqing. Even if it's only a dream, you're still unwilling to marry me. Could it be that I won't be able to receive your love in this life? Then what's the point of me living? In the next life. In the next life. I'll only have you in my heart. It'll never change. Ji Ku stammered out these words. It was as if she had exhausted all her strength and lost the support of her spirit. Her heart was like dead ashes as she collapsed in the flower carriage. She slowly closed her eyes as if she had fallen asleep, entering a deeper level of sleep. Ji Tianqing immediately became even more anxious and worried. He hurriedly called out, "Cuckoo! Wake up quickly. You're already in a dream. You can't sleep anymore. Pull yourself together. If you sleep any longer, you'll never wake up." Unfortunately, Ji Ku had already lost consciousness and didn't respond. Ji Tianqing was filled with anxiety. He hurriedly rushed towards the guards of honor. He wanted to enter the flower carriage and take the unconscious Ji Ku away. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Swoosh! A black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. It descended from the sky and landed on the wide street, blocking Ji Tianqing and the bridal escort team. Ji Tianqing hurriedly stopped in his tracks. He focused his eyes and saw that the black shadow was a burly man in a black robe. This person was more than 3 meters tall. He was thin and tall like a bamboo pole. His arms were unusually long. His entire face was dark purple and his pupils were suffused with a scarlet light. Obviously, this black-robed man was a demon. He stood proudly in the middle of the street with his hands behind his back. He looked down at Ji Tianqing and let out a sinister laugh. He. Ji Tianqing, Ji Tianqing. I didn't expect that the first time I saw you would be in this little girl's dream. Your deeds have been circulating in the middle state. Legend has it that you're the #1 genius of the human race. You're extremely talented and intelligent. I didn't expect that an unparalleled genius like you would also have a weakness, and that is love. Ji Tianqing frowned and looked at him sharply. He said in a cold voice, "Love is the most difficult thing to understand. You don't know where it starts, but it goes deeper. The living can die, and the dead can also live. Even sages and deities can't forget love. I'm just a mortal. Even if I'm trapped by love, so what? You're a sinister and despicable demon. You took advantage of my weakness and used Kuku's dream to deal with me. You're really shameless." The black-robed man didn't get angry. Instead, he grinned and his smile became even more contemptuous. He. Ji Tianqing, if you knew who I was, you wouldn't think so. Because I'm neither a human nor a demon. I'm the great Jia Luo Brahma soul nightmare. Chapter 894. Big Jia Luo Brahma soul nightmare. Nightmare? Ji Tianqing was stunned. He frowned as he stared at the nightmare. His eyes were filled with a cold light. This was the first time he had seen the legendary nightmare. He had read about nightmares in a book before, so he had a rough understanding of the mysterious nightmares. The nightmare was a powerful force that existed in reality. It was similar to the heart demon. It was illusory and did not have a physical body. As the name implied, the nightmare only existed in dreams. It did not have a physical body, so it could not cause any substantial harm to a martial artist. It could only bewitch a person's mind and use the power of a person's dream to kill or achieve other goals. Unfortunately, Ji Tianqing's understanding of the nightmare was limited to this. He could guess that the nightmare must have taken advantage of Ji Ku's heartbreak to bewitch her mind and invade her dream. However, he did not know how the nightmare killed people in the dream, nor did he know how to deal with the nightmare. He turned his head and looked around. He realized that both sides of the street were silent. Whether it was the wedding procession or the tens of thousands of people on both sides of the street, they were all frozen in place like stone statues, unable to move. Other than him and the nightmare, everyone else was motionless. It was as if time had stopped flowing. Such a strange scene made him even more certain that the nightmare was controlling Ji Ku's dream. At this moment, the nightmare sneered contemptuously, the reason why the human race is lowly, petty, and weak is because they are bound and shackled by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Speaking of which, it is funny. No matter how talented a genius is or how powerful a martial artist is, they will be trapped by emotions and even end up dying miserably. Ji Tianqing, you are no exception. You know that this little girl is in a dream and you still dare to enter her dream. You really don't know what death is. Today, you will die in the dream. I am benevolent and will give you a chance to say your last words. Ha ha ha. The nightmare laughed wildly. He had a well-thought-out attitude, completely treating Ji Tianqing as a dead man. You demon, you are courting death. Ji Tianqing's eyes flashed with a cold light. He raised his palms without hesitation and released a huge golden sword light that slashed towards the nightmare. Shwa! The 30-meter-long golden sword streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, instantly striking the black-robed nightmare. However, when the giant golden sword was 3 inches away from its head, it suddenly stopped and remained motionless. Unexpectedly, the black-robed nightmare demon raised his palms at the critical moment and forcefully clamped down on the golden greatsword, blocking it. With a flip of its palms, it erupted with a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Immediately, it crushed the giant golden sword into pieces, making cracking sounds. The fragments of golden light scattered all over the street and soon dissipated. Dream Demon clapped his hands indifferently, as if he had done something insignificant. It looked at Ji Tianqing from the corner of its eyes and said contemptuously, I said that today is the day you die. Your soul will be completely destroyed. Give up resisting. No matter how much you struggle, it's futile. As he spoke, Nightmare raised his right palm and lightly slapped toward Ji Tianqing. A 5-meter-wide black palm shadow appeared, bringing with it a violent and unparalleled power. It was as fast as the aurora as it blasted toward him. Ji Tianqing's pupils shrank. Unable to dodge in time, he quickly closed his golden wings to protect himself. Pang! With a dull sound, the black palm shadow viciously slammed into him, sending him flying 1,000 meters away and smashing into a palace at the end of the street. A violent shockwave exploded, shattering the entire palace and turning it into a pile of rubble. Hundreds of people in the palace were affected. Some were killed on the spot, while others were heavily injured and vomited blood as they were buried in the ruins. Ji Tianqing jumped out of the ruins with a pale face. He violently coughed a few times, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Without a doubt, Nightmare Demon had the strength of a spirit refinement realm cultivator. A casual palm strike had injured him. Shwa! Before he could recover, the black-robed Nightmare Demon teleported 1,000 meters away and appeared above the ruins. Nightmare Demon looked down at him from above and sneered, "Stubborn fool, kneel down and accept your death." As his voice fell, he raised his right palm again and formed a huge black palm shadow. He viciously slammed it toward Ji Tianqing. His attack was simple, but it was violent and effective. It was unstoppable. Ji Tianqing knew how strong his opponent was, so he did not hesitate to use his trump card, the Pure Heart Demon Suppression Art. Demon Slaying Sword. His body lit up with a resplendent golden light and a sacred and majestic aura. He waved his hands and formed a mysterious seal, forming a sacred golden sword and slamming it toward the black palm shadow above him. Pang! The sacred golden sword and the black palm shadow collided, creating a dull sound. In that instant, a huge hole was pierced through the black palm shadow by the giant sword, and it exploded into a black mist that filled the sky. The sacred golden sword's power did not decrease as it pierced the black-robed Nightmare Demon in the sky. Pang! The black-robed Nightmare Demon was shattered by the golden sword on the spot, bursting into black mist and quickly dissipating. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianqing was not happy at all. His expression was still solemn. He knew very well that the Nightmare Demon was stronger than the fifth Demon General, the Left Marshal. It was impossible for it to be defeated so easily. The facts proved that his guess was right. Just as he left the ruins and flew to the sky above the street, the black-robed Nightmare Demon appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Kakik. I forgot to tell you. As the Grand Formation Brahma Soul Nightmare Demon, I am an invincible existence in the dream realm. The black-robed Nightmare Demon sneered proudly and waved his hands again, forming a swordlight that blotted out the sky and attacked Ji Tianqing. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds and thousands of dark and cold swordlights poured down like a rain of arrows, submerging the area within 1,000 meters. Ji Tianqing was hit by countless swordlights and fell from the sky, crashing into the ground. Pine! 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 The powerful swordlights and saber-lights fiercely hacked into the ground, shattering the bluestone street. The thousands of civilians on both sides of the street were also killed on the spot, turning into pieces of flesh and blood. Rows of exquisite houses and palaces were also destroyed, leaving behind only broken walls and broken bricks. The area within 1,000 meters was immediately turned into a desolate ruin. Only the wedding procession on the other side of the street was still standing like a stone statue. It was not destroyed, but it also showed no reaction to this. A moment later, Ji Tianqing's figure climbed out of the ruins in a sorry state and flew back into the sky. His long hair was disheveled, his white robe was stained with blood, and there was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Although he had suffered heavy injuries, he was still fearless. He used his ultimate skill again and attacked the black-robed Nightmare Demon. Chapter 895. Ji Tianqing was unable to awaken Ji Ku, so he could only pin his hopes on the Nightmare Demon. The Nightmare Demon had plotted this scheme and controlled this dreamland. He believed that as long as he killed the Nightmare Demon, he could destroy the dreamland and awaken Ji Ku. Demon Sealing Palm. His body surged with sacred golden light as he waved his palms again, slamming out a giant golden palm with a radius of 10 meters towards the Nightmare Demon. Hee, it's just an insignificant trick. What a disgrace. The Nightmare Demon was already prepared and did not take his ultimate move seriously. He even mocked him contemptuously. Swish. As he spoke, his figure flashed and teleported 1,000 meters away, dodging the Demon Sealing Palm's attack and appearing behind Ji Tianqing in an eerie manner. The terrifyingly powerful Demon Sealing Palm suddenly missed its target and slammed into one of the palaces, smashing the magnificent palace into pieces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Nightmare Demon waved his sleeves and shot out 3 beams of black light towards Ji Tianqing. The 3 beams of black light condensed into black dragons that were 100 meters long. They looked ferocious and ferocious. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced on Ji Tianqing, drowning his figure. Boom! 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 He could not dodge in time and was hit by the 3 black dragons. An earth-shattering power erupted, and a huge black mushroom cloud appeared in the sky. The violent shockwave swept across a radius of 10 miles, destroying countless houses, shops, and palaces. At least 30,000 innocent civilians were killed on the spot, killed by the shockwave, or buried in the ruins. Even the wedding procession of 200 people was destroyed. All the guards and maids were killed. Only the huge flowery carriage that was as big as a house was still intact and beautiful. After a long while, the earth-shattering explosion gradually dissipated. Ji Tianqing turned into a golden stream of light and emerged from the ruins of the deep pit, flying back into the sky. Fortunately, he had folded his wings at the critical moment and blocked the 3 black dragons' attack. That was how he survived. However, the golden wings had already exhausted all of their power and had become dull and lifeless. His face turned paler as blood flowed out of his nose and mouth. His injuries were getting worse. Half of his white robe was dyed red with blood, and there was a hole in his chest with blood gushing out. His long hair was scattered behind his head. It was stained with dust and mixed with dark red blood, making him look extremely wretched and miserable. Even so, he did not retreat. Instead, he used his ultimate move again and attacked the nightmare demon. Damned demon, go to hell. His body ignited with golden flames as he turned into a stream of light and charged at the nightmare demon. He opened the third eye on his forehead. Thunderbolt. An endless amount of lightning was released from his azure blue spirit eyes. It gathered into a lightning pillar and struck the dream demon fiercely. Kaboom! Amidst a deafening explosion, the nightmare demon was blasted to smithereens on the spot. It turned into black mist and dissipated. The thunderbolt bolt out hit the bluestone street. Bam! With a muffled sound, a deep crater with a radius of dozens of meters appeared on the stone floor 100 meters away from the exquisite flower carriage. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, and huge gullies appeared all around. Within a radius of 10 miles, the ground was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The exquisite flower carriage was also shaking violently, and countless fresh flowers were falling down. Ji Ku, who was sleeping in the carriage, was awakened. She suddenly moved her fingers. The tears on her face had yet to dry. Her long eyelashes were still wet, and there was a teardrop at the corner of her eye. However, she was still in a daze. She was half asleep and could not even open her eyes. The nightmare demon appeared again in the sky above the ruins. It had reformed its body. Not only was it unharmed, but its strength was not reduced either. Kid, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. I am absolutely invincible. Even if you break me 1,000,000 times, I can immediately recover. You will never be able to hurt me. The black-robed nightmare demon roared in an arrogant tone. He waved his palm again, releasing an earth-shattering black light towards Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing blocked and counterattacked while thinking of a way to break it. Damned nightmare demon. It is so strange. Even if I use the white heart demon subduing art, I can't hurt it. What should I do? How can I break out of this dream? Killing the nightmare demon to destroy the dream was obviously an impossible task. His only hope was to awaken Ji Ku. Only when Ji Ku was truly awake could he end this dream. Only then could he and Ji Ku be safe. Therefore, Ji Tianqing fought with the nightmare demon while shouting for Ji Ku. Ku. Wake up. Don't sleep anymore. Otherwise, we will all die in this dream. Ku, me, big senior sister, Yan, Kuan Wu, and your parents are all very worried about you. You can't give up. However, even if he shouted until his throat was hoarse, he could not awaken Ji Ku. In just 20 breaths of time, he was sent flying by the nightmare demon 3 times. His injuries were getting worse and worse. Finally, when he was sent flying by the nightmare demon for the 4th time, he crashed into the ground not far from the carriage. Boom! Amidst the deafening noise, the ground was smashed into a deep crater with a radius of dozens of meters. Gravel and dust flew all over the place. The ground cracked, and numerous cracks appeared. The violent impact force pushed the chariot back by 30 meters, and it almost flipped over on the ground. Ji Ku, who was in the carriage, was finally awakened. She opened her eyes in a daze. She slowly sat up and looked around. She saw that there was no one around the carriage. The solemn guard of honor had disappeared. The countless people on both sides of the street were all gone. The wide street, houses, and palaces were all in ruins. There were broken gravel and pits everywhere. Many people's corpses were scattered around. Seeing this scene, her expression changed drastically. Her eyes were filled with confusion and shock. How could this be? What happened? Pang. Sounds of explosions kept ringing in their ears, and violent hurricanes kept attacking, shaking the flower carriage to the point that it was swaying left and right, and the bead curtain was also violently swaying in the wind. Ji Ku raised her head to look at the sky in front of her. She immediately saw the source of the fighting. Ji Tianqing, whose white robe was stained with blood, was fighting with a black-robed demon. Their fight was earth-shattering and the sun and moon were dim. The black-robed demon was very strong. He completely suppressed Ji Tianqing. He kept sending Ji Tianqing flying. He kept vomiting blood and his injuries were getting worse. Moreover, his methods were very strange. He seemed to have an immortal body. No matter what ultimate move Ji Tianqing used to smash him into pieces, he could reform his body. His fighting strength was not reduced at all. Seeing this scene, Ji Ku's face was filled with worry. Her heart was also clenched. Her eyes turned red again. She anxiously shouted, "Big brother Tianqing. Be careful." Ji Tianqing, who was fighting in the sky, heard Ji Ku's call. He immediately became alert and shouted happily, "Cuckoo, that's great. You're finally awake." Chapter 896. End this dream? Ji Ku was stunned for a moment. She revealed a confused and anxious expression, not knowing what to do. She had just woken up and didn't understand what was going on. At this moment, the black-robed nightmare sent Ji Tianqing flying again with a palm strike. He fell from the sky and smashed into a palace. The palace was smashed into pieces on the spot. Ji Tianqing spat out blood and fell weakly into the ruins. He struggled a few times but couldn't climb out. He had almost exhausted all his strength and his injuries were extremely serious. His body was dyed red with blood, almost turning him into a bloodied man. At most, he would be killed by the nightmare on the spot after 3 to 5 more strikes. In the dream, the nightmare was invincible. He could only passively take a beating. If he continued to fight, he would die without a doubt. Seeing this scene, Ji Ku's face turned pale with heartache. Clear tears flowed from her eyes as she desperately shook her head and shouted, "No. Big brother Tianqing, nothing must happen to you. I don't want to dream anymore, and I don't want to marry you. I just want you to be safe. As long as you can live on, I'm willing to do anything." High in the sky, the black-robed nightmare heard Ji Ku's shouts and immediately looked at her with a cold expression. "Little bitch. You've already entered the dream, and you still want to leave? In your dreams." The black-robed nightmare roared angrily. He waved his hand and released wisps of black gas, which flew towards Ji Ku in the flower carriage. The mysterious black gas contained the power to suppress souls. It immediately calmed Ji Ku down. She calmed down and stopped crying. The worry and anxiety in her heart also gradually dissipated. Her consciousness also became blurry. Her eyes were a little dazed. It was obvious that her mind had been bewitched again. Seeing this, the heavily injured Ji Tianqing desperately struggled to climb out of the ruins. He shouted at Ji Ku, "Cuckoo! Wake up! You can't sleep anymore." When Ji Ku heard his voice, her eyes became much clearer. Her soul and consciousness struggled desperately to escape the dream. Dream Demon furrowed his brows and shouted in a dignified voice, "Ji Ku. Didn't you say that you loved Ji Tianqing deeply? Was her lifelong wish to stay by his side and grow old together with him? Could it be that you're going back on your words and treating love as child's play? Don't wake up. Stay in the dream forever. Ji Tianqing will accompany you for the rest of your life and never leave. In the dream, no one will stop you from being together, and no one will disturb you." Dream Demon's voice contained a powerful soul-suppressing power, constantly bewitching Ji Ku's mind. Ji Ku was finally about to wake up, but he was immediately bewitched by the Dream Demon. He became delirious and his eyes were confused. Ji Tianqing became even more anxious and worried. As he called out to Ji Ku, he roared and charged at Nightmare. Damned demon, you deserve to die. Dream Demon stood proudly in the sky. Seeing Ji Tianqing charging over without a care for his own safety, he raised his right palm and slammed it down. Bam! A huge black palm shadow fell from the sky and hit Ji Tianqing, causing him to spit out blood. He was smashed into the ruins again, causing debris to fly all over the sky and explode with a loud boom. Ji Ku's mind suddenly became much clearer. She looked at Ji Tianqing with worry in her eyes. Seeing Ji Tianqing severely injured and on the verge of death, her heart was filled with anger and worry. She glared at Dream Demon and shouted coldly, "Demon! How dare you hurt my big brother Tianqing? I'll kill you!" As she spoke, she flew out of the flower carriage and charged at Dream Demon in the sky. "Ku, don't!" Ji Tianqing couldn't care less about his injuries. He hurriedly shouted, "You're no match for it. Wake up. End the dream quickly." Dream Demon looked down at Ji Ku and said in a contemptuous tone, "Stupid." A black palm shadow fell from the sky and slammed into Ji Ku. She spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards miserably, falling into the flower carriage. Dream Demon stood in the sky and looked down at Ji Tianqing, who was in the ruins, and Ji Ku, who was in the broken flower carriage. She sneered mockingly. "Ji Ku, didn't you want to be with Ji Tianqing forever? Although you can't be born on the same day, you can die on the same day. I'll kill you now and let you be a ghost couple." As soon as she finished speaking, Dream Demon waved her palms and accumulated enough power to destroy the world. She was going to use her ultimate move to kill Ji Tianqing and Ji Ku. The sky within 100 miles was immediately covered by black clouds and became dark. The boundless black chi condensed into two extremely ferocious black dragons that were over 1,000 meters long. "Go to hell!" Dream Demon roared and controlled the two huge black dragons to attack Ji Tianqing and Ji Ku. The two ferocious black dragons carried enough power to destroy the world. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws and were about to kill the two of them. At this critical moment, Ji Tianqing and Ji Ku were seriously injured and could not resist at all. They could only wait for death. Ji Ku was filled with regret and hatred. Tears welled up in her red eyes as she cried, "Brother Tianqing, if I could turn back time, I would rather die than let you suffer such harm. As long as you can live safely, I will have no regrets even if I die. I'd rather not have such a dream." Then, she bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, two ferocious black dragons descended from the sky and drowned Ji Tianqing and Ji Ku. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. The two of them blacked out and were about to lose consciousness. However, what was strange was that Ji Tianqing heard a clear, crack sound along with the loud, boom. That kind of shattering sound was like a mirror being smashed. After a long time, the darkness in front of him dissipated and light returned. Before he could see his surroundings clearly, he heard two men's voices. "Tianqing, you're finally out of the dream. Tianqing, are your injuries serious? Where's Kuku? Is she okay?" Ji Tianqing immediately recognized the voices. It was God Master Black Feather and Kuan Wu's voices. They were filled with concern. He tried his best to open his eyes and gradually saw that he was still in the secret chamber, lying on the ice jade bed. Ji Ku was lying beside him. Her face was pale and blood was flowing out from the corner of her mouth. She was still unconscious. "I understand now. At the moment when Kuku and I were about to die, Kuku woke up completely and ended the dream. That's why we were able to keep our lives. But why hasn't Ku woken up yet? How's her condition?" Ji Tianqing's heart was filled with worry. He struggled to sit up and check on Ji Ku's injuries. But just as he sat up, he felt a piercing pain in his organs. His soul and consciousness were also a little blurry. Chapter 897. Ji Tianqing forced himself to endure the injuries of his internal organs. He shook his dizzy head and lowered his head to look at Ji Ku beside him. Ji Ku was lying quietly on the ice jade bed. She was unconscious and did not move at all. Even though she was unconscious, her face was as white as snow. There were traces of tears at the corner of her eyes and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Kuan Wu was worried and quickly used her spiritual sense to check on her condition. Divine Master He Yu waved his hand and shot out a 5-colored spiritual light into Ji Tianqing's body to help him suppress his injuries. With the help of Divine Master He Yu, Ji Tianqing's internal injuries were temporarily suppressed. He lifted his sleeve to wipe the blood at the corner of his mouth and asked worriedly, "How's Ku's injury? Is it serious?" Kuan Wu checked for a moment and heaved a sigh of relief. She said, "From what I see, Ku has also left the dream. She has suffered serious internal injuries and her soul is also damaged. She is temporarily unconscious and cannot wake up. However, her injuries are not life-threatening. I will bring her back to recuperate for 10 days to half a month and she will be fine." Ji Tianqing heaved a sigh of relief and was completely relieved. He nodded and said, "That's good. If anything happens to Ku, I will not be able to absolve myself from the blame." Kuan Wu frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, "Tianqing, not long after you entered Ku's dream, you were injured and your injuries kept getting worse. Later on, your injuries were extremely severe and Ku was also injured. She vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. What kind of danger did you encounter? What is going on with Ku's dream?" Kuan Wu was not the only one who was puzzled. Divine Master He Yu also felt that it was strange. He looked at Ji Tianqing with doubtful eyes. Ji Tianqing didn't try to hide anything. He growled with anger still lingering in his voice, "It's all Nightmare's doing. That damned demon took advantage of Ku's heartbreak and bewitched her mind. He used the dream to deal with us." He told the two of them about what he had seen and experienced in his dream. After Divine Master Black Feather and Kuan Wu heard this, they were enlightened. They finally understood the cause and process of this matter. However, Kuan Wu frowned in confusion and asked, "What is the origin of the dream demon? To be able to kill with the help of dreams and possess such a strange ability?" Ji Tianqing shook his head and said seriously, "I don't know much about the dream demon. It calls itself the Grand Jia Luo Brahma Soul Nightmare. I've only read about it in books. But one thing is certain, the dream demon's strength is comparable to a demon commander expert. He is an undying existence in the dream realm." God Master He Yu nodded and said in a serious tone, "Tianqing is right. The dream demon has indeed reached the spirit refinement realm and cannot be killed in the dream realm. Furthermore, strictly speaking, the Grand Jia Luo Brahma Soul Nightmare wasn't a demon, human, or demon. It was an extremely special existence. It was ethereal and formless, without a physical body. It could only live as a parasite on an object. If it were to fight a person head-on, it would not be able to cause any substantial damage. But it could control the dream realm and use the power of the dream realm to kill people. It was impossible to guard against and could not be blocked. For thousands of years, the dream demon had used the dream realm to kill many experts, causing the experts of various races to be fearful of him. It's a pity that I never had the chance to meet him. Otherwise, I would definitely kill him." God Master He Yu's tone was sonorous, confident, and domineering. He was a half-step primordial soul expert and could easily crush any spirit refinement expert. No matter how strange the dream demon's methods were, he had the corresponding secret techniques and methods. He was confident that he could kill the dream demon. However, the dream demon seemed to be afraid of the monarch residence's reputation and did not dare to provoke them. Ji Tianqing and Kuan Wu both looked at God Master He Yu with burning eyes and asked, "God Master, do you know the dream demon very well?" "God Master, the dream demon's methods are so strange. How should we deal with it?" God Master Heiyu nodded slightly and said seriously, the Dream Demon was a famous expert 1,000 years ago. It has wreaked havoc on the continent for nearly 1,000 years. How can I not know it? Although it is not from the demon race, it is under the command of the ancient demon emperor and has always been by his side. It can weave the dream realm and has a strong calming power. It can help the ancient demon emperor cultivate his divine soul power and can kill without leaving a trace. It can use all kinds of strange secret techniques. Therefore, the dream demon is highly regarded by the ancient demon emperor. Its status is slightly higher than the 6 demon marshals and is equivalent to the ancient demon emperor's military advisor. However, it does not have a physical body and has always been attached to the demon god scepter, following the ancient demon emperor closely. Hearing this, Ji Tianqing and Kun Wu frowned, and their expressions became more serious. The dream demon's status is so honorable. Isn't it harder to deal with than the 6 demon marshals? God Master, since the dream demon has always been by the ancient demon emperor's side. Now that it has appeared in middle state and almost killed Ku and me. Could it be that the ancient demon emperor has also come to middle state? After saying that, Ji Tianqing looked at God Master Heiyu with burning eyes. Kun Wu also reacted. She was shocked and her expression turned ugly. God Master Heiyu nodded solemnly and said calmly, "That's right. Tianqing, your deduction is very likely to be true. Ever since we resolved the demon venomous worms, all the demon venomous worms have been destroyed. The demon race hiding in middle state has also disappeared without a trace. On the surface, it seems that the demon race has suffered a great loss and no longer dares to invade middle state. They have all retreated to the northern desert. However, based on my understanding of the ancient demon emperor, the demon race will definitely not let this go. The temporary peace is just an illusion. The ancient demon emperor is very likely to be plotting an even more shocking and vicious plan to take revenge on middle state." Ji Tianqing and Kun Wu were both silent. The atmosphere in the secret room was a little tense. Both of them were in a very heavy mood. After a while, Ji Tianqing asked God Master Heiyu, "God Master, what should we do then? Perhaps, we can follow the trail of the dream demon and investigate the whereabouts of the ancient demon emperor. We can strike first." Without waiting for him to finish, God Master Heiyu shook his head and said calmly, "The dream demon is an illusory existence. It only exists in dreams. Why would it leave clues and traces? It's impossible to find the ancient demon emperor through the dream demon." Ji Tianqing frowned and asked worriedly, "Then what should we do? Are we going to sit here and wait for death?" God Master Heiyu waved his hand and said calmly, "I will think of a way to investigate the dream demon and the ancient demon emperor's whereabouts. You don't have to worry. The most important thing now is for you to recuperate in seclusion and recover to your peak condition. You can't affect the wedding ceremony on the 9th of next month." "I understand, the Arch." Ji Tianqing cupped his fists and bowed. God Master Heiyu then looked at Kun Wu and instructed, "Kun Wu, bring Ji Ko back to recuperate. Let her recuperate well. You must look after her and don't let anything happen to her. When I need to, I will look for her to find out more about the dream demon." Kun Wu hurriedly acknowledged the order. God Master Heiyu didn't say anything else and left the secret room. Kun Wu also brought the unconscious Ji Ko back to Kun Wu Palace to recuperate. Chapter 898. For the next few days, everything was calm. Ji Tianqing stayed in Tianqing Palace, recuperating in seclusion in a secret room. After 5 days of recuperation, he relied on his strong self-healing ability and consumed some elixirs to heal his physical injuries. However, it was very difficult to use elixirs to heal soul injuries, and he couldn't recover quickly in a short period of time. He could only use the power of the heaven-mending pearl to slowly heal his soul. The effects of the heaven-mending pearl were very miraculous. After 5 days of recuperation, his soul injuries had already recovered by more than half. Next, as long as he recuperated with the heaven-mending pearl for another half a month, his soul injuries would be completely healed. On the morning of the 6th day, he ended his seclusion and left the secret room. He first went to Kunwu Palace to check on Ji Ku's injuries. When he arrived at Kunwu Palace, he only saw Kunwu and didn't see Ji Ku. He asked Kunwu and found out that Ji Ku had woken up 3 days ago. Ji Ku's injuries were no longer serious, so he left the monarch mansion and stayed in Xingyu village outside the city to recuperate. After hearing this news, Ji Tianqing felt a little comforted and bid farewell to Kunwu. He didn't go to Xingyu village to visit Ji Ku in person. It was enough to know that she was fine. Even if they met now, it would only add to the awkwardness and annoyance. It was better to let time dilute all of this and talk about it later. After returning to Tianqing Palace, Ji Tianqing rummaged through the study, looking for books related to the nightmare demon. He wanted to know more about the nightmare demon so that he could at least be prepared. The nightmare demon's sudden appearance meant that the demon emperor was very likely to come to Zhongzhou. This made him feel even more pressured and urgent. In 20 days, he and Yunyao would be married. He didn't want any more twists and turns. Not long after, he found 5 ancient history books and biographies. He placed them on the desk and carefully read them. These history books and biographies had scattered records of the nightmare demon's deeds and news. Ji Tianqing used his spiritual sense to quickly flip through the books. It only took him 45 minutes to finish reading the 5 ancient books that were as thick as bricks. After reading these ancient books, he had a deeper understanding of nightmares. Incubi were special existences with strange and unpredictable abilities that allowed them to enter and control other people's dreams. However, it was not omnipotent. At the very least, it couldn't enter the dreams of those who were stronger than it. Because of this, it had used the dream world to kill many powerful people, but it had never dared to provoke the god-tier masters of the imperial residence. In addition, the incubus could enter other people's dreams, but if the dreamer's will was strong enough, it would not be able to control the dream. After understanding these 2 points, Ji Tianqing suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Dream Demon didn't dare to make a move against him even though God Teacher Black Feather wanted to deal with him. Ku's mind was bewitched by the Dream Demon. After the dream realm was controlled, she was immersed in the dream realm, unable to wake up. When I was heavily injured by the Dream Demon and was on the verge of death, Ku was filled with grief and despair. Her will was incomparably firm, so she was able to wake up at the last moment and end the dream realm. This means that as long as my will is firm enough, even if the Dream Demon can invade my dream realm, it can't do anything to me. After understanding this point, Ji Tianqing was finally relieved. He left the study and returned to the secret room, continuing his closed-door cultivation. He wanted to increase his strength as much as possible before the wedding ceremony, so that he could deal with all kinds of dangers and unforeseen events. To the north of Central State City, 500 miles away, there was a continuous mountain range. It was different from normal mountain ranges. These mountain ranges did not have dark green forests or vegetation, only sparse ancient trees and wild grass. Most of the mountain ranges were dark brown in color, revealing jagged rocks and dirt, looking very desolate and lonely. Among the many mountain ranges, there was a 10,000-foot tall dark brown mountain peak, like a crane in a flock of chickens, standing alone. This precipitous mountain peak covered in rocks was called Mountain of No Return. 1,000 years ago, when the demon race's chaos broke out, many brave and righteous people of Central State were filled with hot blood as they crossed this black mountain, heading to the northern desert to resist the demon race. Even though those brave warriors knew that heading to the northern desert to resist the demon race was a path of no return with 9 deaths and 1 life. But everyone bravely sacrificed themselves, not fearing death. In the end, countless brave warriors buried their hot blood and heroic souls forever in the northern desert. Later generations, in order to remember those brave warriors and martyrs from 1,000 years ago, named this black mountain Mountain of No Return. It was currently late at night, the world was completely silent. There was no moon tonight, the night sky was as black as ink, and there was a sinister and cold wind whistling. A wisp of faintly discernible black energy streaked across the night sky like an aurora, silently flying towards Mountain of No Return. In a short 100 breaths of time, the black energy crossed 100 miles, entering Mountain of No Return. In the belly of Mountain of No Return, there was a pitch-black and ice-cold passage, twisting and turning as it led underground. There were forks on both sides of the passage, most of them were deliberately set up to confuse people's minds. Although there was no one guarding the passage, there were hidden formations and powerful restrictions set up every few hundred meters. If someone unfamiliar with the situation rashly barged in, they would definitely be killed by the invisible formations. Even Heaven Prime cultivators were no exception. Whoosh! That wisp of black energy quickly passed through the passage, ignoring the many traps, hidden weapons, and formations. It quickly reached the deepest part of the passage. A black stone door that was 100 meters tall blocked the end of the passage. The two stone doors were tightly shut. A pair of ferocious-looking Azuras with sharp claws and wings were carved on the door, appearing solemn and mysterious, filled with dense demon chi. Without a doubt, the stone door was sealed by a powerful formation. Ordinary people would not be able to open it. But that wisp of black energy was as light as a feather, passing through the seal formation and entering behind the stone door. Behind the door was a huge, empty, and gloomy cave. The cave had a radius of 1,000 meters, surrounded by dark brown rock walls. The ground was also made of black rock, slightly uneven. Wisps of demon chi permeated the air, and a ball of bloody light rose from the center of the cave like a ball of fire. Under the bloody light was a huge demon Dao formation. The ground was carved with mysterious demon Dao patterns, crisscrossing patterns, and ancient demon race symbols. A demon race man who was more than 10 feet tall, had 2 heads, and a head full of white hair. He was sitting in the middle of the formation. His body was burly, and his skin was covered with black dragon scales. He had a pair of black bone wings on his back, just like the legendary Azuras. He was the current leader of the demon race, the ancient demon emperor. The demon emperor was meditating, and the ball of bloody light floating above his head contained an ancient scepter that was about 5 feet long and as thick as an arm. The scepter was completely black, and its design was simple and mysterious. 2 dark red blood dragons were carved on the handle. At the top of the scepter was a majestic and domineering evil god with 3 heads and 6 arms. Chapter 899. Only the demon emperor was sitting alone in the dark and empty demon cave. However, his entire body was exuding a domineering aura that looked down on all living things. It was a majestic aura that looked down on the world, causing the entire demonic cave to be like the 9 underworlds. It was eerie and terrifying to the extreme. That wisp of black smoke entered the cave and flew to the Devil Emperor, drilling into the Devil God scepter inside the blood-red light ball. In the next moment, the blood-colored ball of light suddenly disappeared, turning into a dark red light that retracted back into the demonic God scepter. The demon God scepter fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground in front of the demon emperor, remaining motionless. An illusory shadow was projected from the demon God scepter, standing in front of the demon emperor. This black shadow was a tall and thin demon man wearing a black robe. If Qi Tianqing were here, he would be able to recognize it at a glance. It was none other than the great Jia Luo Brahma Soul Nightmare, the Nightmare Demon. Dream Demon bowed respectfully to the Demon King and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Your Majesty Demon Emperor, please punish me for my incompetence." The Dream Demon's posture was very pious. His voice and tone were low and vigorous, revealing a deep reverence. The Demon Emperor, who had been meditating, slowly opened his eyes. Purple devilish flames could be vaguely seen dancing in the 4 bell-sized eyes. His face was calm and emotionless as he said, "Dream Demon, you may rise." Nightmare maintained his bowing posture and did not dare to get up. He said in fear and trepidation, "Your Majesty Demon King, your subordinate did not complete the mission. I am willing to accept the punishment." The demon emperor said expressionlessly, "You don't have to blame yourself. That little demon girl is just an insignificant character. Don't worry about Ji Tianqing for the time being. I have my own plans." Nightmare immediately frowned when he heard that. He asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, what could be more important than capturing Ji Tianqing and seizing the Sword God's bloodline?" At this point, Nightmare paused for a moment. A thought suddenly occurred to him, and his expression changed drastically as he asked in an excited voice, "Your Majesty, could it be that the demon commander has already found out about that matter?" A playful sneer appeared on the demon emperor's face as he nodded. "That's right. The great demon commander is on his way to report back to me. He will report back to me soon." Nightmare's conjecture was confirmed, and his spirits were lifted. He said with joy, "That's great." For this matter, the great demon commander had traveled all over the continent and investigated for hundreds of years. Now, there was finally a result. If the Grand Demonic Marshal could find some clues about Goddess Yao Guang, it would be possible to resolve the curse that had plagued the demon race for nearly 10,000 years. If the bloodline curse can be broken, the demon race will be able to rapidly grow, multiply, and usher in the most brilliant glory. When he mentioned the ancient legend, the words Goddess Yao Guang, and bloodline curse, Nightmare became very agitated. After all, that ancient legend was a shackle around the necks of all demons. The bloodline curse that came from a god was a pain that billions of demons would have to endure for eternity. If that shackle could be removed, the demon race would lose its shackles and obstacles. They would be able to develop rapidly and recover their most glorious state. It would not be a difficult thing to unify the Tian Xian land. The demon emperor also nodded to express his agreement. He said with a faint voice, "Although no one knows what happened in the ancient era 10,000 years ago, the demon god ancestor of the demon race never appeared. Many of the gods in the Tian Xian land also fell and disappeared. In the end, all of them disappeared. However, the ancient legend about the bloodline curse is real. According to the legend, Goddess Yao Guang hated my race to the bone. She sacrificed her life and burned her own godhead to gather the power of billions of stars to place an eternal curse on my race. The curse exists in the bloodline of each demon and lasts forever. It cannot be removed. Even I cannot do anything about it. As the people of the demon race grow, their body and appearance will change. They will become more hideous and ugly. The more powerful they are, the larger their body and the more hideous they are. They are hated and viewed as enemies by all races. On the night of the full moon, the bright moon shines in the sky and the 7 stars compete for brilliance. The people of the demon race will have to endure the heart-wrenching pain. They will be tortured to the point where they wish they were dead. This is the bloodline curse that Goddess Yao Guang placed on my race. However, this is definitely not the fate of my race." The demon emperor recounted the ancient legend. His tone was low and dignified, full of anger and unyielding. "Unfortunately, I was born in the wrong time. I was not born in the mysterious ancient era and could not witness the existence of the demon god ancestor and the gods. Otherwise, I would have reached the immortal realm and compete with that damned Goddess Yao Guang." "Humph. So what if she is a goddess? If I meet her, I will cut her down with my sword and grind her bones to dust." The demon emperor's eyes burned with purple soul fire. His entire body emitted an arrogant and domineering aura as if he was a god descending to the world. Looking at his high-spirited and domineering attitude, Dream Demon was instantly filled with admiration. He nodded excitedly and said, "That's right. Your Majesty Demon Emperor, since the ancient era, you are the most outstanding monarch and leader of our race. Your wisdom and talent are on par with our demon god ancestor. If you were born in the mysterious ancient era, you would definitely be able to compete with the gods and trample countless gods under your feet. If Goddess Yao Guang met you, she could only beg to surrender. How could she place an eternal curse on our race? Dream Demon's fanatical worship of the Demon Emperor had reached an almost pious level. He flattered him without any reason. However, the Demon Emperor knew how terrifying the gods above the immortal realm were. Seeing that Dream Demon had gone overboard with his boasting, his expression became unnatural. He waved his hand and said, "Even the famous gods of the universe have fallen long ago and turned to dust. Let's not talk about those illusory legends. Let's wait for the Demon Commander to return and report the news." Dream Demon immediately nodded and stood respectfully to the side, waiting patiently. Not long after, the giant stone door of the demon cave opened. A ball of raging pitch-black demonic mist passed through the door like a streak of light and flew into the demonic cave. Whoosh! The surging devilish mist landed in front of the Demon Emperor, and immediately condensed into the form of a burly demon. This demon was more than 3 meters tall and had a strong body. He emitted a cold aura of death, as if he was a demon that walked out of hell. His entire body was covered in a cold, pitch-black armor. Only a pair of scarlet eyes could be seen, and not a single bit of skin or hair could be seen. Even his limbs were covered in black combat boots and black claw gloves. His head was also covered by a demon helmet. It was said that the black armor he wore came from the 9th Underworld and was called the 9th Underworld Armor. He was the leader of the 6 demon commanders under the Demon Emperor, the most mysterious and powerful demon commander Dark Knight. Other than the ancient Demon Emperor, no one had seen his true face. For hundreds of years, he had been wandering around the Tian Xian land, trying his best to find clues about Goddess Yaoguang. Although he was not famous and did not have as many military exploits as the other demon commanders, he was still a demon commander. Chapter 900. Demon Commander Dark Knight looked at the Demon King and Dream Demon and bowed respectfully. "Your subordinate Dark Knight greets your majesty. Greetings to Lord Dream Demon." His voice was deep and forceful, like the sound of metal clashing. There was even a faint echo. Such a peculiar voice made it impossible to tell his age, nor his joy or sorrow. This demon commander who had been wrapped in the 9 underworld armor his entire life seemed to be a machine born for slaughter, or perhaps it was more appropriate to call him a demon. The Demon King looked at him with shining eyes and nodded slightly. "Great Demon Commander, you may rise. You sent a message to me earlier, saying that you found clues about Goddess Yaoguang. Report it quickly." "As you command." Demon Commander Dark Knight hurriedly cupped his hands and saluted. Without any superfluous words, he immediately reported, "For more than 600 years, this subordinate has been following His Majesty the Demon Monarch's orders to investigate Goddess Yaoguang and find a way to break the bloodline curse. Although in the ancient legends, Goddess Yaoguang sacrificed her life and burned her godhead and died, she was still a deity. However, she is a legendary deity. She won't die so easily. She will most likely reincarnate or leave behind some inheritance." The Demon King nodded and said with a solemn tone, "That's right. How could a deity above the 9 heavens die so easily? Even if Goddess Yaoguang had truly died, she would have left behind her inheritance or the 7-star divine power. As long as we find her inheritance or obtain the 7-star divine power, we may be able to break the bloodline curse." Demon General Dark Knight listened in silence. After the Demon Monarch finished speaking, he continued to speak, "I have spent hundreds of years traversing the entire profound sky continent, searching for every forbidden ground and ancient ruin. Fortunately, I have not failed you. I have finally found a clue. It is said that 1,000 years ago, Kenshin came across a Neptunian divine pearl in a secret forbidden ground in the eastern sea's returning ruins. It seemed to contain a strand of Goddess Yaoguang's soul. Kenshin heard of Goddess Yaoguang's legend and remembered her sacrifice to save the world. He used his great ability to place the Neptunian divine pearl on the 9 heavens platform in the depths of the eastern sea. Kenshin wants the Neptunian Divine Pearl to use the Nine Heavens platform to absorb the power of the stars in outer space so that it can be tempered by the lightning of the Nine Heavens and be reborn as a human in the end. At this point, the Demon King furrowed his brows and growled, "It's that bastard Kenshin again. The Neptunian Divine Pearl, the Nine Heavens platform. 1,000 years ago, when I was at my peak, I also explored the Nine Heavens platform. However, before I could ascend the altar, I was heavily injured by the divine lightning of the Nine Heavens. Back then, I did not discover the Neptunian Divine Pearl on the altar either." Demon Commander Dark Knight explained in a hurry, "Your Majesty, Kenshin placed the Neptunian Divine Pearl after you were suppressed." The Demon Emperor furrowed his brows, cold killing intent and hatred flashing in his eyes. However, he suppressed his anger and asked in a deep voice, "What happened after that? Is the Neptunian Divine Pearl still on the Nine Heavens platform?" "Obviously, it's gone." Demon Commander Dark Knight shook his head gently. He said sternly, 10 years ago, I went to explore the Nine Heavens platform. I did not dare to approach it, so I secretly observed it for a long time before confirming that the Neptunian Divine Pearl had vanished. I spent another 9 years looking for information and found out the reason a few months ago. Finally, I came to a conclusion. 20 years ago, a mysterious expert made it to the Nine Heavens platform alone and took away the Neptunian Divine Pearl. Afterwards, the mysterious expert returned to the central plane and vanished with the Neptunian Divine Pearl. The Demon King frowned in confusion when he heard that. Dream Demon could not help but be filled with doubt as well. He asked, "Great Demon Commander, is this the result you speak of? If we can't find the Neptunian Divine Pearl, we still won't be able to get rid of the bloodline curse." Demon Commander Dark Knight remained as cold as ice. His body was as firm as a rock as he growled, "After countless investigations and analyses, I've finally confirmed one thing. After returning to the central plane, it's extremely likely that the mysterious expert placed the Neptunian Divine Pearl in the body of a prodigy. As long as we find that woman, we'll be able to obtain the Neptunian Divine Pearl and use it for ourselves." The Demon King immediately narrowed his eyes. Violet flames flickered in his eyes as he sneered sinisterly, "Does that mysterious expert want the goddess of Yaoguang to be reborn in another body? 20 years ago, a prodigy, within the central plane, the range of our search has been greatly reduced. It won't be difficult to find that woman. Great Demon Commander, have you found out who that mysterious expert is?" Demon Commander Dark Knight shook his head gently and said indifferently, "I once suspected someone, but I was unable to confirm it. After all, that person hasn't appeared for over 200 years. The Demon King raised an eyebrow and asked sternly, "Are you talking about the patriarch of the monarch estate?" "Yes," Demon Commander Dark Knight nodded. The Demon King extended his hand and grasped the Demon God Scepter. He sneered, "The patriarch of the monarch estate has vanished for over 200 years. It's very likely that he has left the profound sky continent. As a result, I've come to the central plane this time with the founding ancestors' Demon God Scepter. I'll use this opportunity to bathe the central plane in blood and create an earth-shattering disaster there. I'll teach them an unforgettable lesson. I must obtain Ji Tianqing's Kenshin bloodline. And the Neptunian Divine Pearl, it's also mine. No one can stop the rise of our race." As he spoke, the Demon King's body exuded a formless domineering aura. Dream Demon was excited and was about to praise him. However, Demon Commander Dark Knight's voice was cold and emotionless as he said, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. Please reconsider. I've come to see your Majesty today not only to report the news about the goddess of Yaoguang, but also to report a second piece of news." "What is it?" The Demon King immediately frowned and retracted his domineering aura. Demon Commander Dark Knight hurriedly reported, 5 days ago, the billions of netherworld bees under my control sent me strange news. I realized that something was amiss and took out the 10,000 soul banner. I used a secret technique to deduce the heavens and investigate the movements at the peak of the continent. I actually detected the aura of that expert. He seems to have returned to the profound sky continent. Demon Commander Dark Knight was the leader of the 6 great demon commanders and the expert that the ancient demon emperor valued the most. He was in charge of gathering information and investigating clues of ancient legends. He controlled the eyes and ears of the entire demon race. He reared billions of mysterious netherworld bees and spread them to every corner of the profound sky continent. They could monitor the movements of the entire continent and gather information about the major races and forces. Moreover, he also had the ancient treasure, the 10,000 soul banner. It could deduce the heavens and predict the future. It could also track the aura of experts and divine items from a distance. The Demon King and Dream Demon believed his words without a doubt. Their expressions changed on the spot. He's back. Chapter 901. In the current Tian-Xian continent, there was only one person who could make the ancient demon emperor fearful. That was the mysterious monarch Manor Lord. 1,000 years ago, the 2 most dazzling and top-notch experts on the continent were Kenshin and the ancient demon emperor. However, after the ancient demon emperor was suppressed and Kenshin left the Tian-Xian continent, the monarch Manor Lord became the publicly acknowledged number 1 expert. The Manor Lord was extremely mysterious. Almost no one in the world had seen his true face. Even the experts of various races did not know whether the Manor Lord was a man or a woman, or what realm he was at. Only a few people had seen the Manor Head in action, but they had only caught a glimpse of it. But they were already shocked. It was because of the existence of the Manor Lord that the Monarch Manor could control the entire Tian-Xian continent. No matter how powerful the races or forces were, even the imperial courts of various races were respectful to the Monarch Manor and did not dare to disobey. Now, the Manor Lord who had disappeared for more than 200 years had returned to the Tian-Xian continent. How could the Demon Emperor not be shocked? How could he not be angry? He had only recovered his strength to the spirit refinement realm. It was impossible for him to massacre the central continent. Therefore, he brought the Demon God Scepter, hoping to use the power of this divine item to create a shocking massacre in the central continent. However, the Manor Lord had returned. Even if he had the Demon God Scepter, he was not the Manor Lord's match. He had been plotting and looking forward to this plan for a long time. He had to change it accordingly. Dream Demon's expression was extremely dark. He cursed in a low voice, "That damned Manor Lord, he actually returned at such a crucial time. Did he receive some news?" The Demon Emperor frowned and thought for a moment. He said with a serious expression, "The outside world said that the Manor Lord had disappeared for more than 200 years. We mistakenly thought that he had left the Tian-Xian continent. Now that he has suddenly appeared at such a crucial time, I suspect that he has never left the Tian-Xian continent. Or perhaps, he had already returned a few decades ago and had only been hiding in some forbidden ground." Thinking about it this way, the mysterious expert who took the Neptunian Divine Pearl 20 years ago is very likely him. Demon Commander Dark Knight said in a cold voice, "Your Majesty, in today's world, the Monarch Manor's master is the strongest. He has the deepest understanding of our race and is our strongest enemy. You must be careful when dealing with him." The Demon Emperor nodded and said expressionlessly, "That's right. With the Monarch Mansion's Lord overseeing the central continent city, it is indeed difficult for me to use my full strength." The Monarch Manor was a place where the elites of the various races gathered. It was the cradle of soul refinement realm cultivators and was regarded as the holy land of martial arts. Those so-called princes are the sharp blades used by the various races to deal with our devil race. I have thought of eradicating the imperial residence countless times and killing all the princes to prevent future troubles. Unfortunately, my strength has not yet recovered to its peak, so I can't attack the Monarch Mansion. Even without the Mansion Master, I can't do anything to the 10 God-tier masters in the imperial residence. Sigh. At this point, the Demon King was filled with resentment and helplessness. Nightmare hurriedly consoled, "Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. We can discuss this matter at length. After all, the Monarch Mansion is a top martial mansion that has been passed down since the ancient times. Its foundation is very strong, and it is not suitable for us to fight them head-on. The most important thing now is to find the Neptunian Divine Pearl and remove the bloodline curse on our race as soon as possible so that our people can grow stronger and recover to their peak state 1,000 years ago. Also, we have to take Ji Tianqing's Kenshin bloodline and help Your Majesty recover his strength as soon as possible. As long as we wait for another 10 years until Your Majesty recovers to the primordial soul realm, and our people grow stronger, it will be the best time for us to conquer the world and unify the profound sky continent. By then, even the Monarch Mansion that has been passed down since ancient times will have to kneel at Your Majesty's feet and beg for Your Majesty's surrender." The ancient demon emperor was silent for a moment before he said with a burning gaze, "That's right. My revenge and the revival of our race cannot be rushed. Since I can hide for 1,000 years, why not wait another 10 years? Let's do as Nightmare said. We will carry out the plan step by step and plan slowly. 10 years later, I will cleanse the world with blood and unify the profound sky continent." Demon General Ming Yi did not say much. He only cupped his hands respectfully and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Your Majesty." Dream Demon's face was filled with anticipation as he respectfully said, "I wish Your Majesty the best of luck in ascending to the pinnacle of the continent and establishing the immortal foundation of our race." 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ji Tianqing had been cultivating in seclusion in the secret chamber for 10 days. After 10 days of hard cultivation, his cultivation had improved, and his combat power had increased by a few %. He still had not formed the heart of the sword and had not reached Sky Origin Stage 9. However, after countless attempts, he could already fuse the sword embryo with his heart and achieve the heart of the sword. Unfortunately, he could only maintain it for a short period of time and could not fuse the sword embryo with his heart completely to form the heart of the sword. This was already a huge improvement. At least, he had stepped through the door of forming the heart of the sword and was about to touch the ultimate meaning of the heart of the sword. He believed that he would be able to form the heart of the sword in 2 to 3 months and reach Sky Origin Stage 9. On the 11th day, early in the morning, when he was cultivating in the secret chamber, someone knocked on his door. With a clear sound of "dang, dang, dang," the stone door of the secret chamber lit up with dazzling 5-colored spiritual light. Ji Tianqing was immediately awakened, and he quickly ended his cultivation. After he finished cultivating, he waved his hand and shot out a beam of 5-colored spiritual light into the dark stone door. After the stone door of the secret chamber was opened, he stood up and walked out of the secret chamber. A beautiful woman in a long white dress was standing outside the door. She was Yun Yao. Yun Yao saw him coming out of seclusion. She hurried to greet him and said happily, "Tianqing, I have good news for you, so I came to knock on your door. Did I disturb your cultivation?" Ji Tianqing held her hand and shook his head with a smile, "Of course not. Yao Yao, what good news makes you so happy?" As the two of them spoke, they left the secret chamber and walked out. Yun Yao was in a good mood. She said happily, "Last night, Master and Great Elder came to Zhongzhou City. They are now living in Qingfeng Garden. The Beast King sent someone to tell us that they are staying in Qingfeng Garden. Tianqing, we haven't seen Master and Great Elder for a long time. Let's go to Qingfeng Garden to see them later, shall we?" "Oh. Master and Old Master Xiang are here so soon?" Ji Tianqing raised his eyebrows and revealed a surprised expression. He said joyfully, "Master and Old Master Xiang have come from afar to attend our wedding banquet in the Central Plains. Of course, we have to go and welcome them." Then he left Tianqing Palace with Yun Yao and rushed to the exit of the Monarch Mansion. Chapter 902. When Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao arrived at the Qingfeng courtyard, the main hall was bustling with noise and laughter. The Beast King, who was dressed in a white robe and had the demeanor of a transcendent being, sat on the main seat. He held a cup of spiritual tea in his hand and was drinking tea with Chu Tianxing and Xiang Wuji. Chu Tianxing still looked the same as before. He was dressed in a golden robe and had a head of long white hair. He exuded a domineering aura. He sat on the left side of the main hall and held a white jade teacup in his hand. He had a gentle smile on his face. He had been friends with the Beast King for many years. They were like brothers. The two of them met in Zhongzhou and talked about the past. They were both full of emotions and laughed from time to time. Xiang Wuji sat next to Chu Tianxing. He was still dressed in a purple robe and had a dignified aura. Although his hair and beard were all white, his face was ruddy. He was hale and hearty. The Beast King and Chu Tianxing were his juniors. He listened to the two of them chatting and only sipped his tea with a smile. He did not say much. When the Beast King talked about Ji Tianqing's deeds and achievements in the central continent, he would interject a sentence or two. Just as the three of them were talking and laughing, Ji Tianqing and Yunyao entered the main hall together. The two of them walked to the middle of the main hall and bowed to the three people in the main hall. Greetings to the Grand Elder, Master, and Senior Beast King. The three elders immediately stopped talking. After the two of them bowed, they smiled kindly and raised their hands to indicate that the two of them were excused. Xiang Wuji and Chu Tianxing had come from afar. They looked travel-worn and tired. However, when the two of them saw Ji Tianqing and Yunyao, they were excited and full of joy. Xiang Wuji's eyes shone brightly. He laughed heartily and said, "Tianqing, you brat. I haven't seen you for half a year. You've changed so much. Back then, when we were in the sect, this old man knew that you were not a fish in a pond, and that you would soar into the sky one day. I never thought that this day would come so quickly." When Ji Tianqing was in the sky-bearing sect, Xiang Wuji treated him as his own son and took great care of him. He even taught him all the skills he had learned in his life. Ji Tianqing would forever remember this kindness. He would never dare to forget it. Even though he was a genius and was far stronger than Xiang Wuji, he was still very respectful to Xiang Wuji. "Old man, Tianqing's achievements today are all thanks to you. If it wasn't for your careful nurturing and taking care of me in every possible way, how could I have grown up so smoothly?" Ji Tianqing walked up to Xiang Wuji and thanked him sincerely. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Xiang Wuji. Xiang Wuji waved his hand and laughed, "You little brat, don't try this with this old man. Your achievements and reputation today are all because of your own hard work. If you really want to thank someone, you should be thanking your master. He has truly devoted his life to you. He even gave you the heavenly feather pearl of the sect's founder." Ha ha ha. Xiang Wuji laughed heartily and pointed at Chu Tianxing beside him. Ji Tianqing nodded repeatedly and bowed to Chu Tianxing, "Master, thank you for nurturing and taking care of this disciple. This disciple will remember this for the rest of his life. Although this disciple is now in the monarch mansion and has even acknowledged divine Dr. Bailey as his master a few months ago, this disciple will always be your master. However, you will always be this disciple's master, and the sky-bearing sect will always be this disciple's sect." Chu Tianxing was very excited and gratified. He nodded with a smile and said earnestly, "Tianxing, you and Yunyao are this master's greatest pride. The thing that this master is most proud of in this life is taking you two as my disciples. When you first came to the central state, this master couldn't take care of you. It was thanks to the Beast King's help that you were able to establish yourself in the central state. Speaking of which, you should properly thank the Beast King. This is what I should do." Ji Tianqing smiled and nodded. He looked at the Beast King and was about to bow and thank him. The Beast King quickly stood up and waved his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Tianqing, we are so familiar with each other. Why are you still so polite? Don't listen to your master. Quickly get up and dispense with the formalities. Your master and old senior Xiang came all the way to the central state to attend your wedding banquet. On such a joyous occasion, let's not thank this and thank that. It's so cliché. Everyone smiled and nodded in agreement. The atmosphere was very pleasant and cheerful. After that, Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao sat on the right side of the hall and drank tea and chatted with the three elders. Everyone talked about the past and a series of interesting things that happened in the central state in the past 2 years. Chu Tianqing and Xiang Wuji had lived in the Tianqin region for a long time and rarely came to the central state. They didn't know many things about the central state. During the chat, the Beast King, Ji Tianqing, and Yun Yao explained many things about the central state to them. In addition, they also talked about the situation in the Tianqin region. Ji Tianqing asked his master, Chu Tianqing, Master, for the past 10 months, I have been busy with various trivial matters in the central state and have no time to return to the Tianqin region to take charge of the overall situation. Master, you have been in charge of all the affairs in the Tianqin region. It is really troublesome for you. Master, how is the situation in the Tianqin region now? Chu Tianqing smiled gently and said calmly, there are no demons causing trouble in the Tianqin region. Now the Tianqin region is very peaceful and the people live and work in peace. All the major sects and kingdoms are also afraid of the domain chief's mansion. They don't dare to be disloyal and are developing steadily. The 100,000 troops under the domain chief's mansion are guarding the Tianqin region and protecting the peace of the region. It is very effective. Even the conflicts and wars between countries have been reduced by 80%. In short, Tianqing, you can cultivate in the central state and work hard to improve your strength. Leave the trivial matters in the Tianqin region to me. With your reputation as the region master and the huge power of the domain chief's mansion, the Tianqin region will be safe for 100 years. After hearing Chu Tianqing's words, Ji Tianqing was finally relieved. Yun Yao had not returned to the Tianqin region for nearly 2 years. She was worried about the sky-bearing sect and asked Chu Tianqing about the sky-bearing sect. Chu Tianqing smiled and told her that the sky-bearing sect had recovered. Not only had it been rebuilt, but it had also controlled more resources. The sky-bearing sect now looked brand new. It was more united than before and had more cultivation resources. With the continuous influx of new disciples, the sky-bearing sect would be more prosperous with the addition of new blood. After learning about the situation, Yun Yao and Ji Tianqing felt gratified. Unknowingly, a day had passed. In the evening, the Beast King arranged a sumptuous banquet for Chu Tianqing and Xiang Wuji to welcome them. Everyone was very excited and happy to be reunited after a long time. They drank to their heart's content and chatted merrily at the banquet. After the banquet, Xiang Wuji was drunk and the Beast King was also tipsy. They left the banquet and went to rest. Although Chu Tianqing was a little drunk, he was still sober and calm. Chapter 903. Both Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao could see that although Chu Tianqing was happy and gratified, there was a hidden worry in his heart. The two of them didn't ask much and followed Chu Tianqing into the study. The door of the study was closed, and Chu Tianqing sat down on the rattan chair in front of the desk. The gemstone lamp lit up with a soft light, illuminating his resolute and dignified face, making the worry between his eyebrows even more obvious. After a moment of silence, he looked at Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao and said in a calm tone, Tianqing, Yun Yao, both of you are Master's direct disciples and also Master's pride. In the past 2 years, you have gone through a lot of hardships and endured countless life and death dangers. Finally, a friend in need is a friend indeed, and you have come together hand in hand. Master is sincerely happy and gratified for you, and I wish you happiness forever. This time, Master has come to Zhongzhou to bring you a congratulatory gift. With your current status, I don't think you will be interested in ordinary resources, wealth, and magical tools. Ji Tianqing quickly cupped his hands and said with a sincere expression, "Master, your kindness to us is as heavy as a mountain. For you to come to Zhongzhou to attend the ceremony is the best congratulatory gift for us." Chu Tianqing smiled and gently waved his hand. "That may be the case, but Master can't come empty-handed. The gift Master has prepared for you is not a precious secret treasure, but it is exquisite and unique, and has a profound meaning." As he spoke, he took out 2 jade pendants strung together with silver beads from his interspatial ring. The 2 silver beads were made of star mithril and were extremely tough. They were impervious to water and fire, and would not rot even after thousands of years. Although the beads were thin, their shape was very exquisite. Many star patterns were engraved on the beads, and they sparkled with silver starlight under the light. The 2 jade pendants tied to the beads were actually semicircular, crystal clear, and faintly emitting a mysterious white light. Chu Tianqing held the 2 jade pendants in his palm. It could be clearly seen that the 2 jade pendants were separated, and when put together, they formed a complete round jade pendant. The design of the jade pendant was exquisite and beautiful, revealing a sense of vicissitudes of life accumulated over the years. Tianqing, Yinyao, these 2 necklaces and pendants were originally a pair called the Lingxi bracelet. The 2 jade pendants were inseparable, forming a circle. It symbolized that the 2 of them would never be separated, and that they would be happy together. This treasure has no offensive or defensive power, but it can imprint your soul memories. If you wear 2 jade pendants, you will be able to sense each other's auras even if you are thousands of miles away. Moreover, after you put on the rhino bracelet, it will record every bit of your time together, leaving behind beautiful memories for you. Even if there comes a day when you forget the past and the sweetness of your love, the rhino bracelet can help you awaken each other's memories. After saying that, Chu Tianqing smiled and extended his hands, handing the 2 jade pendants to the 2 of them. "Tianqing, Yinyao, I hope you will like my gift." Chu Tianqing did not introduce the origin and material of the rhino bracelet. However, Ji Tianqing and Yinyao were both knowledgeable people. Of course, they could tell that the rhino bracelet was definitely a priceless treasure. However, this treasure could not be used to assist in battle. It could only be used to record and seal soul memories. Its effect was a little special. To an ordinary martial artist, the rhino bracelet was not as useful as a magic treasure sword. However, for Ji Tianqing and Yinyao, it was a very special, priceless treasure that symbolized beauty. The 2 of them reached out to take the rhino bracelet and held it tightly in their palms. They thanked Chu Tianqing with gratitude. "Thank you, Master. This gift is too precious. We have troubled you, Master. Your gift is very special. We will treasure it forever." After saying that, the 2 of them looked at each other, and there was deep affection in each other's eyes. Chu Tianqing saw that the 2 of them had deep feelings for each other. He nodded with a smile and said, "It's good that you like it. Quickly put it on." After Ji Tianqing and Yinyao put on the rhino bracelet, Chu Tianqing stopped smiling. He said with a solemn expression, "Tianqing, Yinyao, 10 days later will be your wedding day. It should be a good day for everyone to celebrate. However, I am quite worried, so I have to remind you in advance." Ji Tianqing and Yinyao stopped smiling and looked at him with a solemn expression. They nodded and said, "Master, please tell us directly." Chu Tianqing frowned and said in a heavy tone, "I use the destined star map to deduce the heavenly cycle and predict the future. I saw some bad things. According to my divination, a calamity will soon descend upon the Central Plains, bringing a bloody calamity to the Central Plains. Although I can't predict when this disaster will come and why it will happen, it is closely related to Zhongzhou. But that calamity is closely related to Tianqing, and the date is very close to your wedding. Tianqing, you are the only ones who know your own situation best. I hope you can be more careful and try to avoid the disaster as much as possible, and get through it safely." Ji Tianqing was not surprised by Chu Tianqing's words. He nodded and said, "Master, your worries are reasonable. Although Zhongzhou is peaceful now, the demonic Gu riot broke out not long ago, causing the death of nearly 1 million people in Zhongzhou. In recent months, the demon clan has become more and more rampant. They frequently cause trouble in Zhongzhou, causing the people to be uneasy. 10 days ago, the demon emperor's military advisor, Meng Ma, attacked Ji Ku again. He wanted to use Ji Ku's dream to deal with me. I suspect that the demon emperor has also come to Zhongzhou and is hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Chu Tiansheng nodded slightly and showed a thoughtful look. He said, "You have the Kenshin bloodline, and Kenshin is the archenemy of the ancient demon emperor. The demon emperor will not let you go. However, the demon clan's main forces and elites are in the northern desert. They can't sneak into Zhongzhou on a large scale. Even if the demon emperor comes to Zhongzhou, he will not dare to fight the humans head-on with his strength and the number of experts under his command. He will not dare to provoke the monarch residents. I suspect that the demon emperor will not fight head-on in Zhongzhou this time. He probably has other plans. As long as you are careful and don't give the demon clan any chance, you should be able to get through this safely." Ji Tianqing nodded and agreed with his analysis. "Master, your analysis is correct. Divine Master He Yu and I also think so. Don't worry, I will be careful and not give the demon clan any chance. After Yao Yao and I successfully get married, the monarch residents will also gather the princes to discuss a plan to deal with the demon clan. As long as the monarch residence appears, they will be able to crush the demon emperor's schemes and protect Zhongzhou." Chapter 904. Ji Tianqing saw that Chu Tianqing's expression was solemn. It was obvious that he had something important to discuss with him. Therefore, he didn't ask any more questions. He cupped his hands and left the study. After he left, Yunyao looked at Chu Tianqing in confusion and asked, "Master, do you have any instructions for me?" Chu Tianqing looked at her solemnly and said in a low voice, "Yunyao, Master used a secret technique to deduce the heavenly cycle with the help of the fated star chart and predicted your future. Soon, you will encounter a great calamity. As for what the outcome will be, Master can't predict it." Hearing his words, Yunyao's expression suddenly changed. "Master, can you predict what kind of calamity it will be?" Chu Tianqing shook his head regretfully and sighed. "Master's cultivation is still shallow. How can I see through the fated star chart and peek into the secrets of heaven? However, although Master doesn't know where the calamity will come from, I can see from the fated star chart that you and Tianqing are extraordinary people. Like the stars in the ninth heaven, you are destined to shine brightly in the world. The fate of a person is determined by heaven. But you will also be entangled and affect each other. Ever since your fate and Tianqing's fate intertwined, the two of you have influenced each other, resulting in many changes. The trajectory of fate that Master has deduced through the fated star chart is almost never wrong. Yunyao, you must be more careful than ever in the following days. Only then can you survive the calamity and turn danger into safety." Chu Tianqing's tone was extremely solemn, revealing eagerness and worry. Yunyao's heartstrings immediately tightened. She was silent for a long time before she nodded with a solemn expression and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Master. This disciple will definitely act cautiously." Chu Tianqing nodded slightly and said in a somewhat helpless tone, "Master can only help you up to this point. I hope that you can seek fortune and avoid disaster. As long as the two of you can be safe and happy, even if Master has to suffer the backlash of revealing the secrets of heaven, I am willing to do it." There was an ancient saying that heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Chu Tianqing had relied on the heaven pillar sect's ultimate treasure, the destined star chart, to peer into the heavens and predict the future. This was an act that defied the heavens. People who defied the heavens naturally had to suffer the punishment of the heavenly Tao and suffer an invisible backlash. Although he wouldn't be able to see any changes in the short term, he would definitely be punished in the end. Thinking of this, Yunyao's mood became heavier. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on her heart. Master, why are you doing this? For us, you. Chu Tianqing raised his right hand and interrupted her. He calmly said, there is no need to say more. Master is someone who has already died once. To be able to live until now is already a great fortune. Being able to witness the growth and union of you and Tianqing, I already have no regrets in my heart. Yunyao frowned and pursed her lips tightly. There were all kinds of complicated emotions in her heart, but it was difficult for her to say anything. She was silent for a while. In the end, she suppressed the thousands of words in her heart and bowed deeply to Chu Tianqing. After bowing, she said goodbye to Chu Tianqing and left the study. The night was dark, and there was no moon in the night sky. The Cloud Spirit Palace, which stood in the sea of clouds, was silent. Only a few lights were lit. In the depths of the Cloud Spirit Palace, there was a magnificent and solemn palace called the Wind Cloud Palace. This Wind Cloud Palace was the residence of the family head, Yun Zhongqi. At this moment, there were two people talking in Yun Zhongqi's personal secret room. In the luxurious and exquisite secret room, the spirit qi of heaven and earth had condensed into a spirit qi pool. The room was silent, and the gemstone lamps on the wall emitted brilliant spirit qi. In the main seat in the north of the secret room, there was a thin middle-aged man in a black robe. This person had black hair and a black robe. His attire was very simple, but he exuded an aloof aura. He was the Divine Master of the Monarch Residence, He Yu. Divine Master He Yu's back was facing the door of the secret room. He looked indifferently at the star chart on the wall. No one knew what he was thinking. In the middle of the secret room, there was a burly man in a golden robe. He wore a double dragon crown. He was the family head, Yun Zhongqi. He bowed to Divine Master He Yu and asked respectfully, Divine Master, you have come so late at night. Do you have any orders for me? Divine Master He Yu did not turn his head. He continued to look at the star chart on the wall. He said expressionlessly, 20 years ago, on the same night, I came to the Cloud Spirit Palace with the family head Yun. Do you still remember what happened back then? Yun Zhongqi was stunned. He vaguely guessed something and hurriedly nodded. He said, if the family head had not saved me back then, my daughter would have died. How could I forget the family head's saving grace? Divine Master, you came here tonight to see me alone. Could it be that you have news about the family head? That's right. Divine Master He Yu's eyebrows relaxed, and a smile appeared on his lips. He said, there are rumors in the outside world that Mansion Master has disappeared for more than 200 years and has never appeared. However, only the two of us know that the family head risked his life to ascend the Nine Heavens platform. However, he was severely injured by the Nine Heavens divine thunder. After that, the family head went to the God-Sealing Mountain to recuperate. Now, the 20-year time limit is up. Last night, I used a secret technique to search the God-Sealing Mountain and indeed found the family head's aura. The family head is about to come out of seclusion and return to middle state. Yun Zhongqi was also excited when he heard the news. He said happily, that's great. Ever since the Demon Emperor reappeared, the Demon Clan has become more and more rampant. If the family head returns and stays in middle state, he will definitely be able to protect the world. Divine Master He Yu nodded and said proudly, of course. With the ancient Demon Emperor's current strength, even if he has the Demon God Scepter, he is definitely not the family head's match. However, the family head is about to come out of seclusion. I am worried that the Demon Emperor will find out about this and plot against us. Therefore, I will be heading to the God-Sealing Mountain tomorrow to welcome the family head back. Yun Zhongqi nodded but did not say anything. Divine Master He Yu turned to look at him and said sternly, also, I came to look for you tonight to inform you of an important news. To Yunyao, this piece of news was perhaps a great opportunity and fortune. 20 years ago, before the family head went into seclusion, he said that he would bring Yun Yao out of middle state to complete an extremely important task after he finished recuperating. Yun Zhongqi was put in a difficult position. Great Divine Master, my daughter will be getting married in 10 days. She just got married to Ji Tianqing, and they are newlyweds. If the family head wants to bring her out of middle state now, my daughter will definitely not listen. Divine Master He Yu immediately frowned, and his expression became serious. He said sternly, Family head Yun, have you forgotten what the family head said before he went into seclusion? The family head saved Yun Yao's life, and the family head has already arranged her fate. Chapter 905. Divine Master He Yu's attitude was firm. His tone was authoritative and unquestionable. The Monarch Mansion Master was the most powerful person in the continent. Cloud Spirit Palace could not afford to offend him. Moreover, Cloud Spirit Palace was indebted to the Monarch Mansion Master. Therefore, Yun Zhongqi could not refute Divine Master He Yu's words. He could only cup his hands and say, yes. Divine Master He Yu did not waste any more time. He said, you're on your own. Then, he left the secret room. Yun Zhongqi stood alone in the secret room. He had a complicated expression on his face for a long time. Then, he sighed. Sigh. In the end, it's all fate. Then, he turned around and left the secret room. His back looked a little bleak. In the next few days, Cloud Spirit Palace was very busy. The palace was cleaned and looked brand new. There were lanterns and colored banners everywhere. It looked very festive. The Yun family members who were busy shuttling back and forth between the various palaces and residences had smiles on their faces. They were happy from the bottom of their hearts. The Yun family was going to have a happy occasion. It was a joyous occasion that would attract the attention of the world. The Yun family's eldest daughter was getting married. The commotion was even greater than the emperor's concubine selection. It would definitely cause a sensation in Zhongzhou. As members of the Yun family, they also felt proud and joyful. As the wedding day approached, the Yun family had already prepared everything related to the wedding. However, the mistress, Bailey Ningsu, was still worried. She brought the housekeeper to the palace to check on everything. She wanted every little thing to be perfect. The 9th day of the new year was the day eldest daughter Yun Yao got married. It was also the most sacred and lively day. Cloud Spirit Palace swore to let Yun Yao get married grandly. They would not let anything go wrong with the wedding. Finally, on the evening of the 5th day of the new year, Yun Yao returned to Cloud Spirit Palace. She had already settled the matters in Zhongzhou. She returned home to be a bride waiting to be married. She was waiting for Ji Tianqing to come and marry her. The monarch mansion was as peaceful as usual. It was like a paradise without a speck of dust. Even Ji Tianqing's residence, Tianqing Palace, was not very lively. The servants in the palace only cleaned the palace from inside to outside a few times, making it clean and bright. At the same time, the servants pasted a lot of happy characters in the palace and hung many red lanterns. They also decorated Ji Tianqing's room as a bridal chamber. Tianqing Palace was just a place for Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao to consummate their marriage. It was not a place for banquets. After all, the imperial palace was the holy land of martial arts. How could it allow a wedding procession and a large number of guests to enter? No matter how much God Master He Yu valued Ji Tianqing, he would not break the rules of the imperial palace for him and disturb the other princes and God Masters. Therefore, Ji Tianqing had already discussed the wedding process with Cloud Spirit Palace and decided on the location of the wedding banquet. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, he would lead the wedding procession to Cloud Spirit Palace to marry Yun Yao. After he and Yun Yao went through the wedding ceremony at Cloud Spirit Palace, they would return to Zhongzhou City. At that time, it would be the 9th day of the Lunar New Year. They would hold a banquet in the city and invite everyone to celebrate. The wedding banquet would be held in the square in the city. It could accommodate 100,000 people to come and watch the ceremony. As for the wedding banquet, Cloud Spirit Palace had already arranged everything. They would definitely be able to hold it grandly and respectfully. Now that the wedding date was approaching, all the preparations had been made. Ji Tianqing did not have to worry about it anymore. He had been staying in Tianqing Palace, quietly meditating and cultivating, waiting for the wedding date to arrive. Zhongzhou City was filled with a festive and joyous atmosphere. The citizens were in high spirits. The streets and alleys were discussing Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao's wedding. Most people sent their blessings and prayers to the two newlyweds. All the wealthy families and forces in the city had also heard the news. They had already prepared rich gifts and were preparing to go to Cloud Spirit Palace to congratulate them. It was no exaggeration to say that Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao's wedding affected the hearts of the citizens in the city. Nearly 1 million citizens were looking forward to the arrival of the 9th day of the Lunar New Year. They were waiting to witness Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao's wedding. There were already thousands of guards standing guard in the huge square in the middle of the city. The empty square had already been set up into a huge banquet hall. Cloud Spirit Palace had arranged for nearly 10,000 maids and servants to stay in a few palaces near the square. The wedding banquet could begin immediately on the 9th day of the Lunar New Year. It would definitely be luxurious and grand. Finally, it was the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. Early in the morning, a layer of dark clouds covered the sky above Zhongzhou City. In the heavenly palace, the 200 guards of honor were already in formation, ready to set off. Ji Tianqing changed into the bridegroom's bright red robe. After he was ready, he left the monarch palace with the majestic honor guards. He rode on Qian Yu and flew at the front of the group. Yan, and Jiang Chen rode on spirit birds and followed closely behind him. 200 honor guards rode on 100 flying spirit beasts and rushed to Cloud Spirit Palace at lightning speed. Chu Tiansheng and Xiang Wuji did not follow them. The two of them were still staying in Qingfeng Courtyard. They could attend the wedding banquet on the 9th day of the Lunar New Year. When this bridal escort troop flew above Central Continent City, it drew the attention of countless commoners who stopped to watch, moreover releasing waves of cheers. Yan was so happy that he danced with joy. He was so happy that his little face was a little red. He followed Ji Tianqing closely and said excitedly, "Senior brother Tianqing, did you see that? The entire city is giving you and senior sister their blessings. Tomorrow, when we reach Cloud Spirit Palace, you will be able to see senior sister. Are you happy?" Ji Tianqing squeezed out a smile and shook his head gently. "Yao Yao and I have only been apart for a few days. We are going to see each other soon. What is there to be happy about?" Yan frowned and thought for a moment. He nodded and said, "All right, that is true." After a pause, he asked again, "Senior brother Tianqing, the two of you will be married in front of the entire city and the world the day after tomorrow. At that time, the two of you will be the happiest people in the world. Senior brother, when I grow up in the future, if I can be like you and marry the person I love in front of the world's blessings and witnesses. Just thinking about it makes me excited." Ji Tianqing smiled and sighed with a complicated tone. "Yan, when you grow up, you will understand that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. If you want to become famous and be praised and respected by the world, you must shoulder the responsibility of protecting the peace and the world's people. That is very tiring and dangerous. You will also become the target of public criticism. If I had the right to choose, I would rather live a peaceful life with senior sister. We will help each other in times of need and be together until we grow old." Yan nodded as if he understood. He pouted and asked doubtfully, "Senior brother Tianqing, you are going to marry senior sister soon. You should be happy. Why do I feel that you are not happy, as if you have something on your mind?" Ji Tianqing smiled and persuaded, "Yan, don't think too much. Let's focus on our journey." In fact, Yan intuition was right. Ji Tianqing looked calm and had a happy smile on his face. However, he had a bad premonition in his heart. Chapter 906. An entire day passed. On the afternoon of the second day, Ji Tianqing finally arrived at Cloud Soul Palace with the guard of honor. The afternoon sun shone on the white sea of clouds, causing the sea of clouds to be suffused with a hazy golden light. It was like a fairyland. Cloud Soul Palace stood in the sea of clouds. It was as sacred and majestic as ever. However, the current Cloud Spirit Palace was much more festive and lively than usual. Even though they were still 20 miles away, Ji Tianqing could clearly see that the square outside Cloud Spirit Palace was filled with solemn ceremonial guards. There were at least 10,000 red-clothed guards and red-dressed maidservants. They lined up from the edge of the square to the entrance of Cloud Soul Palace. The guard of honor stood on both sides of the square. There was a red carpet and fresh flowers in the middle. It extended to the green jade steps and connected to the entrance of Cloud Soul Palace. The energetic guards held colorful flags, red gauze curtains, and lanterns. They also carried gongs, drums, and many other musical instruments. There were also 2,000 halberd-wielding guards. They stood on both sides of the road like stone statues, showing the majesty of Cloud Soul Palace. The young and beautiful maidservants carried baskets of flowers or instruments like pipa, harp, flute, and guzheng. They were all waiting quietly on the square. What a magnificent ceremonial procession of 10,000 people. In the entire Middle Continent, perhaps only an ancient family like the Cloud Spirit Palace could arrange such a huge formation. Fortunately, the square of Cloud Soul Palace was big enough to accommodate such a grand guard. In addition to the guard of honor, there were also thousands of martial artists from all over the world in the square. They were all guests who came to Cloud Soul Palace to congratulate. They were attracted by the guard of honor and came to the square to watch the show. They were waiting to admire the glory of the emperor's son. When Ji Tianqing saw the guard of honor on the square, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, the Yun family actually set up a guard of 10,000 people to welcome me. Even the imperial court didn't set up such a grand guard and the emperor chose his concubine. Uncle Yun said that he wanted the wedding to be grand, but isn't this a little too high profile? After a while, when he landed on the square with the guard of honor, everyone's eyes were on him. Boom! 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 3 cannon salutes were heard, and immediately, the tens of thousands of people in the guard of honor played a joyful music. The strong guards beat the gongs and drums, and the pretty maids sprinkled fresh flowers. The young and beautiful dancers began to dance gracefully. The spectating martial artists also cheered. Immediately, the sound of gongs and drums filled the square. Cheers erupted like a mountain torrent, resounding through the clouds. A festive and solemn atmosphere enveloped the square and the entire Cloud Spirit Palace. Ji Tianqing led Jiang Chen, and the 200 people who were escorting the bride. They stepped on the red carpet that was covered with fresh flowers, crossed the square, and walked towards the entrance of Cloud Spirit Palace. He walked through the crowd with a smile on his face. His entire body exuded a confident and dignified aura unique to a prodigy. He appeared to be in high spirits and extraordinary. The many guests in the square immediately exclaimed and began to discuss. Wow, is this the son-in-law of Cloud Spirit Palace? He is the #1 genius of our clan, the most dazzling prince of the monarch mansion. As expected of a prodigy prince. Such elegance is rare. I didn't expect that the prodigy Ji Tianqing, whose name shook the central state, would be so young. In the midst of the celebratory music and the praises of the guests, Ji Tianqing crossed the square, climbed the green jade steps, and arrived at the entrance of Cloud Spirit Palace. The housekeeper of the Yun family was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Ji Tianqing walk over, the housekeeper greeted him with a smile and bowed. Greetings, young Master Ji. Thank you for your trouble, butler. Ji Tianqing nodded at him, revealing a kind smile. The old housekeeper pointed at the 10,000 people in the square and said with a smile, Young Master Ji, there is something that you may not know. A long time ago, the head of the Yun family said that if you can eliminate the Duanmu family and resolve the crisis of Cloud Spirit Palace, he will recognize you as the son-in-law of Cloud Spirit Palace. Moreover, the head of the Yun family will set up 10,000 people to welcome you into the Yun family. Young Master Ji, the head of the Yun family has fulfilled his promise today. Are you satisfied? Hearing the old housekeeper's words, Ji Tianqing finally understood. I see. The old housekeeper bowed with a smile and gestured for him to enter. Young Master Ji, please enter. Ji Tianqing nodded and led Jiang Chen, and the bridal procession into Cloud Spirit Palace. They passed through a wide courtyard and arrived at the main hall of Cloud Spirit Palace under the gaze of countless guests. The old housekeeper led the 200 people in the procession to rest. Ji Tianqing led and Jiang Chen through the welcoming guests and disciples of the Yun family into the main hall of Cloud Spirit Palace. The main hall was filled with guests. Miracle Dr. Bailey, Yun Zhongqi, and Bailey Ningsu sat at the head of the table. On both sides of the main hall sat dozens of experts from the noble families of the central state. Everyone looked at Ji Tianqing with smiles on their faces, sizing him up and nodding their heads in praise. Ji Tianqing stood in the middle of the hall and bowed to Miracle Dr. Bailey, Yun Zhongqi, and Yun Zhongqi. Your son-in-law greets grandfather. Greetings to father-in-law and mother-in-law. Today, he was going to marry Yun Yao, so he had to change the way he addressed Miracle Dr. Bailey and Yun Zhongqi. Miracle Dr. Bailey stroked his beard with a smile, his face glowing. Yun Zhongqi and Yun Zhongqi were also overjoyed. They quickly raised their hands to signal Ji Tianqing to rise. Then, Ji Tianqing raised his hand to signal Jiang Chen and to present the bridal gifts. Jiang Chen opened his space ring and took out large boxes, placing them in the middle of the hall. Held a thick list of gifts in her hands and read aloud in a clear voice, 1,000 miles of marriage is linked by a thread. Husband and wife love each other for 100 years. When a man is of age, he should tie the knot. When a woman is of age, she should marry her in-laws. The list of gifts is as follows: 100 upper-rank spirit stones, 100 western luminous pearls, 100 fire spirit gems, 100 bolts of heavenly silk satin, 100 kilograms of true inferno gold, 100 taels of dark star mithril. Every time read out a gift, Jiang Chen would take out a large box and place it in the middle of the hall after opening the lid. As time passed, the number of treasure chests in the hall increased. All kinds of rare treasures and gemstones shone with the light of jewels, illuminating the entire hall with dazzling colors. Although the guests were all experts who had seen many things, they were still shocked by the wealth of the gifts. They all let out gasps of admiration and surprise. Finally, when finished reading out the list of gifts, there were 99 treasure chests in the hall, almost filling up the empty space. Ji Tianqing smiled and bowed to Yun Zhongqi and Yun Zhongqi. Although these 99 gifts are not priceless, they are the wealth that I have accumulated with all my might. This gift also means that it will last forever. I hope that my father-in-law and mother-in-law will kindly accept it. In fact, this was all the wealth that the Tianjin domain chief manor had accumulated. It had a special meaning and was very valuable. The guests were all knowledgeable people. How could they not know that the value of these gifts was astonishing? Everyone was full of praise and admiration for Ji Tianqing. They even cupped their hands and congratulated Yun Zhongqi and Yun Zhongqi, saying all kinds of congratulatory words. Yun Zhongqi and Yun Zhongqi were beaming with joy. They were very satisfied with Ji Tianqing and hurriedly asked the steward to accept the gifts. After the matter was over, Yun Zhongqi said to Ji Tianqing with a kind expression, "My good son-in-law, you must be tired after coming from afar. Please rest in the side room for a while." There will be a banquet tonight in the palace. My good son-in-law, please come and greet the guests. Chapter 907. Ji Tianqing brought Yan, and Jiang Chen to rest in the other courtyard. He only appeared again when night fell and went to the main hall to attend the banquet. The main hall was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was a joyous scene. Hundreds of experts from various powerful forces were gathered in the main hall. They raised their cups and drank together. Laughter filled the hall. The guests took turns toasting Miracle Dr. Bailey, Yun Zhongqi, Ji Changkong, and the others. They said all kinds of wonderful words and wished Cloud Soul Palace a happy ending. Ji Tianqing, the bridegroom, was naturally the focus of the banquet. All the guests in the main hall took turns toasting him and giving him all kinds of praise and blessings. Ji Tianqing maintained a smile as he chatted and drank with the guests. The square in front of the main hall had already been set up for the banquet. Hundreds of exquisite white jade tables were piled with all kinds of spirit fruits, delicious food, pastries, and fine wine. Thousands of well-dressed guests with extraordinary temperaments were gathered in the square, drinking wine and chatting merrily. The servants and maids of Cloud Soul Palace came and went in the square in front of the hall. They brought countless delicacies and fine wine to the banquet. The night sky was dark, but Cloud Spirit Palace was brightly lit and full of colorful lights. The palace was filled with bustling crowds, filled with clamorous voices, and filled with a festive atmosphere. Tonight's banquet was even more lively and joyous than Miracle Dr. Bailey's birthday banquet a few months ago. The grand banquet lasted until the wee hours of the morning before it gradually stopped. Many of the guests were slightly tipsy. They left the banquet with red faces and went to rest. Ji Tianqing, Yun Zhongqi, and the others waited until 3:00 in the morning. They waited until all the guests in the main hall had left before returning to their rooms to rest. The bustling Cloud Soul Palace gradually quieted down and fell into a deep sleep in a beautiful and peaceful atmosphere. Countless servants and maids of the Yun family hurriedly cleaned and tidied up the banquet until dawn. 4 hours later, the sun rose. Today was the 9th day of the month. Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao were going to marry and bring her back to Central State. Early in the morning, many guests rushed to the main hall of Cloud Spirit Palace to watch the ceremony. Although the early morning sky was a little dim, the sun did not rise. However, the guests were all in high spirits as they gathered in the square in front of the palace and waited expectantly. Very soon, Miracle Dr. Bailey, Yun Zhongqi, Ji Changkong, and the other two entered the main hall under the escort of the steward and the guards. The four of them took their seats in the main seats of the hall. They looked at the entrance of the hall with smiles on their faces, waiting for the newlyweds to perform the ceremony. Not long after, the cheers of countless guests sounded in the square outside the hall. Ji Tianqing, dressed in a red wedding robe, stepped across the square in high spirits and walked into the hall with a smile on his face. He stood in front of the main seat and bowed to Miracle Dr. Bailey, Yun Zhongqi, and his father. Then, he waited patiently. With 3 cannon salutes in the square, the old housekeeper shouted with joy, "The bride has arrived." Immediately, the square was filled with jubilant music. The bride, Yun Yao, dressed in a red dress, slowly walked into the hall under the escort of 2 matrons of honor and many maids. Immediately, everyone's eyes gathered on Yun Yao. Countless guests were stunned and exclaimed in surprise. Yun Yao today was truly peerless. Her beauty was soul-stirring. She was dressed in a fiery red wedding dress embroidered with phoenixes that trailed on the ground. The golden double-layered wide silk sleeves were embroidered with the pattern of mandarin ducks and pomegranates. Her bright red satin dress with a pattern of flowers and birds was embroidered with the pattern of 100 flowers and 100 blessings. The hem of the dress dragged on the ground for more than 6 feet. Her cloud-like hair was tied into a noble and dignified bun. She wore a wan phoenix crown inlaid with gold and jade, and a 5-phoenix hairpin with the sun rising was inserted into the bun. There was also a golden buyao with 2 flowers and a cloud crane hanging on her temples. As she walked, it swayed gently and let out an ethereal sound like a one phoenix. The one phoenix crown was inlaid with 99 fiery jade bead chains, forming a bead curtain that covered her beautiful face like a veil. Even if countless guests stared at her with their eyes wide open, they could only vaguely see Yun Yao's fair and beautiful face. Her eyebrows were like smoke, her eyes were like the waves of a swan, and her thin red lips were slightly pursed. Although her figure was covered by the one phoenix crown and robe, she walked with a peerless grace, just like a fairy in the heaven. What a beautiful woman with limpid autumn waters and jade-like bones, a hibiscus-like face and willows-like eyebrows. In the amazed eyes and praises of countless guests, the matrons of honor and maids supported Yun Yao to stand beside Ji Tianqing. Although the two of them hadn't seen each other for only a few days, when Ji Tianqing saw Yun Yao beside him again, he still felt amazed and his heart beat faster. He had never thought that Yun Yao would be so beautiful when she wore the fiery red wedding dress. It was so breathtaking that it made people's souls leave their bodies. When he looked at Yun Yao affectionately, Yun Yao also turned her head slightly and looked at him. She lowered her head slightly, and there was a trace of shyness in her watery eyes. Her fair and beautiful face was flushed, and there was a faint smile on her red lips. It was intoxicating. The two of them looked at each other, and the tenderness in their eyes was like water. Their hearts were also connected. At this moment, the two of them only had each other in their eyes. It was as if they had forgotten everything and everyone around them. Finally, the butler's loud voice woke the two of them up. The auspicious time has arrived. Please bow to the heavens and earth. Bow to the heavens and earth. Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao collected their thoughts, turned to the entrance of the hall, and bowed in unison. Bow to the parents. The two of them turned to face Miracle Dr. Bailey, Yun Zhongqi and his wife, and Ji Changkong. Bow to each other. The two of them looked at each other and bowed with a smile on their faces. The ceremony is complete. Following the old butler's loud voice, Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao finished their ceremony and became husband and wife. As for the sending them to the bridal chamber, it could not be done in Cloud Spirit Palace today. It had to be done in Tianqing Palace after Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao returned to Zhongzhou City. After the two of them bowed to the heavens and earth, the maids at the side quickly brought a few cups of wedding tea. Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao picked up the tea at the same time and served tea to Miracle Dr. Bailey, Yun Zhongqi and his wife, and Ji Changkong. After the tea was served, the ceremony came to an end. Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao bid farewell to Miracle Dr. Bailey and Yun Zhongqi and his wife. Amidst the laughter of the guests, the two of them left the main hall and walked to the square outside the hall. In the square, the wedding procession of 200 people was ready to go. Yan and Jiang Chen stood at the front of the procession, waiting with smiles on their faces. There was an exquisite and luxurious flower carriage in the procession. It was as big as a house, and it was made of gold and jade. Thousands of gems were embedded in it, and it shone brightly. Chapter 908. Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao boarded the bridal sedan amidst the deafening sounds of gongs and drums and the cheers of countless guests. After everything was ready, the bridal escort team set off at Jiang Chen's command. 200 people escorted the bridal sedan pulled by 9 white feather pegasi into the sky and rushed towards Zhongzhou City. Behind the wedding procession, there was also a 600-man honor guard. This was the bridal escort team sent by Cloud Soul Palace. There were 200 maids and 400 elite guards in the team. Not only was this team escorting Yun Yao to Zhongzhou City, they were also carrying the dowry that Cloud Soul Palace had prepared for Yun Yao. There were 800 people in total in the two teams. All of them were riding spirit birds and flying spirit beasts. They flew across the sky in a grandiose manner, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. The guests of Cloud Soul Palace all walked to the plaza and watched the bridal escort team leave. They were still immersed in excitement and shock as they discussed endlessly. Yun Zhongqi and his wife stood at the entrance of the main hall and watched the bridal escort team leave. Their expressions and emotions were extremely complicated. Bailey Ningsu's eyes were covered in a layer of mist. She was both happy and sad as she said, "I never thought that this day would come so quickly. Our Yao Yao is getting married in the end." As Yun Yao's birth mother, she was naturally overjoyed that Yun Yao was getting married today. However, she was also filled with reluctance and worry. Her emotions were extremely complicated. Fortunately, her will was firm and she had always been dignified and graceful. That was why she didn't cry in front of all the guests. Yun Zhongqi patted the back of her hand gently and comforted her, "Ningsu, our children and grandchildren will have their own fortune. We have to believe in Yao Yao and Tianqing. They will definitely be happy forever." Although he said that with a smile on his face, there was a trace of worry in his eyes. However, there was a hint of worry in the depths of his eyes as he sighed inwardly, "I've been feeling uneasy for the past few days. I keep having a premonition that something is about to happen. I hope that they'll have a smooth journey and that nothing bad will happen. I hope that the great master and master will return a little later and give Yao Yao and Tianqing more time together." When he thought of this, Yun Zhongqi's emotions became even more complicated. However, he could only sigh helplessly. The mighty wedding procession was flying high up in the sky, getting further and further away from Cloud Soul Palace. Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao were sitting on a golden throne in an exquisite and luxurious sedan. They were talking in a low voice. Yun Yao's gaze pierced through the Luan Feng and Ming Crown's pearl curtains, looking at Ji Tianqing. Her voice was filled with concern as she said, "Tianqing, there is still a day's journey to Central Continent City. You've been busy these past few days, so you must be tired. Take this opportunity to have a good rest." Ji Tianqing reached out and held her hand. He smiled and shook his head, saying, "Yao Yao, to be able to bow to heaven and earth with you and marry you into my family, my heart is excited and excited. How can I be tired? Today, you're so beautiful that it's intoxicating. I just want to look at you and accompany you forever. How can I rest?" Yun Yao's eyes flashed with a hint of shyness. She smiled faintly and said in a coquettish voice, "I don't know where you learned to speak sweet words. You're becoming more and more glib." Ji Tianqing's smile became even gentler. He held her slender hand with one hand and gently parted the bead curtains of the phoenix crown with the other. He gently stroked her beautiful face. "Everything I said came from the bottom of my heart. Why should I imitate others? Yao Yao, we've already bowed to heaven and earth in front of everyone. From today onwards, we're husband and wife. Right now, I just want to hurry back to Central Continent as soon as possible. I can't miss tonight's wedding and ruin the beautiful scenery." Hearing this, Yun Yao's eyes became even more bashful. Her beautiful cheeks blushed, making her even more beautiful and suffocating. However, at this moment, Ji Tianqing heard Yan, and Jiang Chen talking in a low voice beside the sedan. "It's a little strange today. It's already 9 in the morning. Usually, the sun would be high up in the sky. Why can't there be any sunlight today?" Yan, frowned and looked up at the sky. His eyes were full of doubts. Jiang Chen replied calmly, "Maybe it's a cloudy day today. There's no sun to begin with. Young Master Yan, you don't have to worry about it." Ji Tianqing heard their conversation and subconsciously turned his head to look at the sky. He saw that the sky above the sea of clouds was still gray and covered by a faint layer of gray fog. There was no sunlight in the sky, but there was a whistling cold wind raging. The temperature was getting lower and lower. Although this team of 800 people was made up of martial experts and strong cultivators, they were not afraid of the cold wind in the sky. However, Ji Tianqing felt that something was strange. He had a bad premonition in his heart. However, today was his and Yun Yao's big day. He could only pray silently in his heart, I hope that everything goes smoothly and safely. Don't let any more twists and turns affect my and Yao Yao's wedding day. However, the heavens didn't allow it. After the bridal escort team flew for 4 hours, it was already afternoon. The sky was actually covered with dark clouds. The dark clouds were rolling. It was going to rain heavily. Endless dark clouds surged from the horizon and covered thousands of miles of the sky. Although it was afternoon, the world was dark and gloomy, as if night had arrived. In the rolling dark clouds, there were even blazing white lightning flashing. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. The rumbling sound of rolling thunder could be heard. Not long after, the sky became as dark as night, and heavy rain began to pour down. The bridal escort team was suddenly in a mess. Many guards and maids hurriedly circulated their martial arts to resist the storm. They were all discussing with each other in shock. The exquisite and beautiful bridal sedan was also swaying unsteadily from the strong wind. The beaded necklace made of gemstones swayed with the wind, making clanking sounds. Countless fresh flowers withered and fell from the storm. Ji Tianqing's expression changed. He frowned and murmured, "How can this be? It's obviously late winter. Why is there thunder roaring and lightning flashing? Why is there a storm?" Yun Yao also showed a worried expression. She held the folds of her phoenix coronet and robe tightly and said in a low voice, "Tianqing, I have an ominous feeling in my heart. I'm afraid something is going to happen." Ji Tianqing also had the same worry. He quickly held her hand and comforted her, "Yao Yao, don't worry. Nothing will happen. It's just that the weather is abnormal. At most, our journey will be delayed and we will rush back to the central province later." Soon, 15 minutes had passed. The strong wind in the sky became more and more violent. The rumbling sound of thunder could be heard continuously. Countless dazzling electric snakes cut across the dark sky. The world became as dark as night. The majestic bridal escort team swayed in the wind, rain, and thunder. They were moving slower and slower. Ji Tianqing had no choice but to order the bridal escort team to descend below the clouds and fly at a low altitude. The bridal escort team gradually descended to a height of 1,000 meters above the ground. They were flying above a vast forest. At this moment, in the dark sky ahead, a dazzling red light suddenly appeared. Chapter 909. It was already very unusual for the day to be as dark as night, and it made the bridal escort team very suspicious. When the crowd saw the dark red light in the sky, their expressions changed drastically. They all revealed looks of horror and fear. The red blood cloud that covered the sky was approaching at an extremely fast speed with a murderous and bloody aura. Although the 800 guards and maidservants did not understand what was going on, they could guess that the blood cloud that covered the sky was most likely formed by a powerful demon. These guards and maidservants had lived in the palace for a long time and were used to living a peaceful life. They were not experienced soldiers, so they were naturally terrified and panicked in the face of the blood cloud that covered the sky and the powerful demon that was about to arrive. In the flower carriage, Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao's expressions changed when they saw the blood cloud that was coming from the sky. Both of their eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. It's the demon that's causing trouble. A demon that can cause the weather to change, could it be a powerful soul refinement cultivator? The demon is so arrogant that they chose today to deal with us. They deserve to die. In the blink of an eye, the blood cloud that covered the sky flew to the sky above the vast forest. Swoosh! The blood cloud suddenly disappeared, and two burly figures appeared in the sky. The leader was a demon that was more than 3 meters tall. He had 2 heads, and his face was resolute and dignified. His skin was dark, and his body was covered in black dragon scales. His snow-white hair danced in the wind, and he had a pair of black azure bone wings on his back that exuded wisps of black fog and demonic aura. He was like a demon that walked out of hell, and his entire body exuded an extremely powerful and domineering aura. Without a doubt, this person was the ancient demon emperor. The person behind him was also a demon that was more than 10 meters tall and as muscular as a bear. This person was blackish purple in color and covered in dense hair. His head was as big as a bucket, and his face was extremely ugly. He had a flat and bloody mouth, and his nose was only 2 holes. He did not have eyes, only a single red eye that was as big as a wash basin. His legs were as thick as buckets, but he had 6 sturdy arms and 4 dark purple wings on his back. This 4-winged, 6-armed one-eyed devilish being was one of the 6 devilish commanders under the devilish emperor, the heavenly barbaric devilish commander who ranked 3rd. He looked down at the 800 people who were escorting the bride. His single eye was filled with a ferocious and bloodthirsty light. He was very agitated. Although the demonic emperor and the sky barbaric demon commander were only hovering in the air and had yet to attack, the demonic emperor and the sky barbaric demon commander had yet to attack. However, both of them were soul refinement stage cultivators. Their bodies exuded an invisible spiritual pressure that enveloped an area of 10 miles. The 800 guards and maids were all suppressed by the powerful spiritual energy. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. Some of the more timid maids were so scared that their faces turned pale, and their bodies began to tremble. Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao stood side by side in the chariot. They stared coldly at the ancient demon emperor and the sky barbaric demonic commander with fear and hatred in their eyes. Yun Yao muttered softly, "These 2 devilish beings are both soul refinement stage cultivators. They should be the devilish commanders under the devilish emperor." Ji Tianqing frowned. He observed the devilish emperor and the sky barbaric demonic commander for a while before saying in a low voice, "Yao Yao, we are in big trouble. That 4-winged, 6-armed one-eyed devilish being is indeed a devilish commander. However, the 2-headed, white-haired devilish being in the lead is the ancient demon emperor. I remember his aura. No matter what he looks like, I can recognize him." Yun Yao's pupils constricted. Shock flashed across her eyes as she said in disbelief, "The devilish emperor came personally. What should we do?" She knew very well that although the devilish emperor had not recovered his strength, he was still one of the top cultivators on the continent. Other than powerful cultivators like God Teacher He Yu and the Emperor Lord, almost no one could stop the devilish emperor. With her and Ji Tianqing's strength, even if they had 800 guards and maids, they would not be enough for the devilish emperor to kill. At the thought of this, she hurriedly took out a token with 5 colored auspicious clouds engraved on it from her spatial ring. She channeled her true essence into it. The auspicious cloud token lit up with a dazzling glow and turned into a sword-like stream of light. It flew toward Cloud Spirit Palace at an unbelievable speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. High up in the sky, the ancient demon emperor saw Yun Yao use the auspicious cloud token with his own eyes, but he did not care at all. He looked down at Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao with a disdainful sneer on his face. He said in a thunderous voice, "Ji Tianqing, we meet again." Ji Tianqing glared at him angrily. He was secretly accumulating power in his body. He was on his guard and did not answer. "Ji Tianqing, if it weren't for the existence of the sword spirit, I wouldn't even bother to look at an insignificant ant like you," the demon emperor sneered with a confident expression. "Ji Tianqing, if it weren't for the existence of the sword spirit, I wouldn't even bother to look at you. Today, I am here to take your life personally. You should be proud of yourself. Even if you die, your name will go down in history." Ji Tianqing saw that the devilish emperor was not in a hurry to make a move. He would rather stall for time and wait for reinforcements. He glared at the devilish emperor coldly and shouted in a deep voice, "Devilish emperor! Don't be so arrogant. This is Zhongzhou. How dare you come to Zhongzhou personally? Aren't you afraid that you will be besieged by all the powerhouses in the world and die here? The devilish emperor looked down at him with disdain and shouted arrogantly, "In the entire Tianxian continent, who can fight with me? All the powerhouses in Zhongzhou? Ha! They must have not forgotten the fear of being dominated by me 1,000 years ago." Ji Tianqing frowned as a cold light surged in his eyes. Yun Yao looked up at the devilish emperor and shouted fiercely, "Ancient demon emperor, we have already expected that you would come to Zhongzhou and take the opportunity to cause trouble. Do you think we are not prepared? The god masters of the imperial residence are waiting for you to walk right into their trap." Yun Yao was just bluffing to intimidate the ancient demon emperor. She did not hope to scare the devilish emperor away. She only hoped to stall for time until the powerhouses of Cloud Soul Palace came to help. However, the ancient demon emperor glanced at her and sneered even more disdainfully, "You have already prepared? Then why did you ask Cloud Soul Palace for help? Could it be that you think that your useless father and grandfather can stop this emperor? What a joke! As for the imperial residence, Zhongzhou city is already in chaos. Those god masters can't even take care of themselves. Why would they come to save you?" Hearing what he said, Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao's expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with worry. The two of them immediately understood that the devilish emperor had come to kill them personally. He had even arranged for the devilish clan to cause trouble in Zhongzhou city to stall the god masters of the imperial residence. The Nephilim emperor had been scheming for a long time. At this moment, the devilish emperor looked at the two of them with a mocking smile and said coldly, "Today, I will start a massacre and kill all of you." Chapter 9-10. As soon as the Nephilim king finished his sentence, he released an endless amount of blood-red light from his body and spread in all directions. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, the blood-red light shrouded an area with a radius of 100 miles. It sealed the entire area and turned it into a huge blood-red light cage. Ji Tianqing, Yun Yao, the 800 guards and maids, as well as the mountains and the vast forest, were all trapped in the cage and could not escape. The Nephilim king waved his hand and shot out dozens of blood-red light beams. They sprayed towards the bridal procession like spiritual snakes. Bang! 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 Instantly, more than 60 spiritual snake-like blood-red light beams penetrated the chests of more than 60 guards and maids on the spot. The blood-red light flashed and blood-curdling screams reverberated in the sky. The spiritual snake-like blood-red light beams devoured the flesh and souls of many guards and maids. They turned into blood-red water beams and connected to the Nephilim king's hand like ropes. In the blink of an eye, more than 60 guards and maids were turned into skeletons. Their flesh and souls were all devoured by the Nephilim king. Their red robes and long skirts were torn to shreds by the wind and drifted down from the sky. One after another, gray skeletons fell from the sky into the forest, making muffled sounds. More than 60 young lives were turned into skeletons in the blink of an eye. This scene was so horrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. More than 700 guards and maids witnessed the entire process with their own eyes. They were scared out of their wits and screamed in terror. The Nephilim king stretched his hand gently and revealed a joyful expression. He muttered to himself, "The taste of fear and blood, I haven't tasted it in a long time. The flesh and souls of young people are the best delicacies. I won't get tired of it even after thousands of years." Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao were so furious that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they saw the Nephilim king's brutality. Murderous intent surged from their bodies. "Nephilim king! You cruel and heartless devil, you deserve to die thousands of times. Even if all the water in the world is poured, it will not be able to wash away your bloody sins." As they shouted, Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao launched their attacks at the Nephilim king in the sky. Red Dragon Flash. Ji Tianqing unleashed all his power and released a huge flaming sword that was more than 30 meters long. It shot towards the Nephilim king like a fiery dragon. Yunyao drew her cold moon sword and stabbed dozens of sword radiances towards the Nephilim king. However, the Devil Emperor turned a blind eye to the two's attacks, not taking them seriously at all. The Sky Barbaric demonic commander, who was standing behind him, dashed out in a flash and stood in front of the demonic emperor. "How dare you show me your incompetent skills?" Sky Barbarian demon commander bellowed scornfully. He waved his hands and unleashed two giant blood-red palms, slapping toward Red Dragon Flash and the Cold Light Sword Light. The huge bloody palm and the sword light collided with each other with a loud bang, causing a series of muffled bangs to ring out. The Nem King King and the of the Nephilim King of Demonic King Demonic of King. The power of the two flaming palms did not diminish. They hit the bridal sedan where Ji Tianqing and Yunyao were. With a loud boom, the luxurious flower carriage made of gold and jade was smashed into pieces on the spot, exploding into pieces that filled the sky. Countless flowers were smashed into powder. The thousands of gems embedded in the bridal sedan were also scattered. Although the bridal sedan had a defensive array, it could not withstand the demonic king of demonic kings' attack and was destroyed. Fortunately, Ji Tianqing and Yunyao reacted quickly and retreated before the flaming palms hit them. Otherwise, the two of them would have been injured by the flaming palms. Ji Tianqing and Yunyao retreated 100 meters away. They stood in the sky and looked at the demonic king of demonic king with fear in their eyes. Based on the power of the flaming palms, Ji Tianqing could tell that the demonic king of demonic king was more powerful than Zhou Shuai. He was at least in the 5th or 6th tier of the soul-refining realm. At this moment, Jiang Chen, the leader of the guards, saw that the bridal sedan team was in chaos. Countless guards and maids were running away in panic. He was instantly filled with anger. His blood boiled and he was filled with murderous intent. He pulled out his sword and pointed it at the demonic king of demonic king. He shouted, "Guards, listen to my order. Attack the demonic king with all your might. Protect Master and Miss Yun." The guards of Tianqing Palace trembled. They instinctively pulled out their weapons and attacked the demonic king of demonic king together. One of the 300 guards of Cloud Spirit Palace stepped forward. He pulled out his sword and shouted, "The demonic king is here. Whether we fight or not, we can't escape death. We martial artists swear to protect the dignity of our people. We will never bow to the demonic king even if we have to die." The majestic and solemn voice turned into rolling sound waves that reverberated fiercely in the sky. The guards and maids were instantly infected by the leader's hot-bloodedness. The fear in the hearts of the hundreds of martial artists dissipated. They were all filled with murderous intent. Under the leadership of Jiang Chen and the leader of the guards, all the martial artists raised their arms and shouted. They rode on their spirit beasts and birds and charged at the demonic king and demonic king without any regard for their own safety. Although the hundreds of martial artists were only at the origin core realm, and only a few had reached the sky origin realm, they were all aware that the demonic king of demonic king and demonic king had killed the demonic king. However, everyone understood that the area within a radius of 50 kilometers had been sealed off by the blood-red light. There was nowhere for them to run. Since they were going to die either way, they would rather fight the demonic king and die on the spot than be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered by the demonic king. Kill. Let's fight the demonic king. Protect Miss Yun with our lives. We have no regrets even if we die for Master Demonic King. Human disciples will never yield to the demonic king. More than 700 martial artists were shouting themselves hoarse. They brandished their weapons and slashed at the demonic king and demonic king, attacking the demonic king and demonic king from all sides. The sky within a 20-mile radius was instantly illuminated by the brilliance of the demonic king's true yuan. The demonic king and the demonic king stood proudly in the sky. They smiled contemptuously and pitifully when they saw the martial artists charging at them without any regard for their own safety. A bunch of ants who don't know what's good for them. How pitiful. Lowly insects of the human race. Since you want to die, Ben Shui will fulfill your wish. The demonic king waved his hand as he sneered. More than 100 blood-red light pillars shot at the martial artists like demonic snakes. The blood-red demonic snakes instantly destroyed the sword and saber lights in the sky. They pierced through the martial artists' chests and crushed their hearts. The blood-red demonic snakes devoured their flesh and souls, turning them into skeletons that fell from the sky. After devouring the flesh and souls of more than 100 martial artists, the demonic king's body glowed with blood-red light. He became more excited and bloodthirsty. The demonic king of the demonic king's body glowed with blood-red light. He dashed into the martial artists like an ancient ferocious beast and started a massacre. Hundreds of martial artists attacked him one after another, creating muffled sounds. However, they were unable to break through his protective blood-red light. He waved his palms and slashed out a huge blood-red light blade. However, it killed the martial artists, sending body parts and blood flying everywhere. Chapter 9-11. This battle was destined to be a one-sided massacre. Hundreds of martial artists charged toward the sky barbaric demon commander and the demon king. For the faith in their hearts, as well as for their loyalty and dignity, everyone threw caution to the wind and charged forward fearlessly. However, even if they attacked with all their might, they could not hurt the sky barbaric demon commander and the demon king at all. The difference between a soul refinement realm martial artist and a primordial core martial artist was like the difference between a burly man and a toddler. No matter how many children there were, how could they defeat the burly man? On the other hand, the sky barbaric demon commander and the demon king's counterattacks were so powerful that they could destroy heaven and earth. Streaks of blood-red blades streaked across the sky and slashed into the crowd, decapitating countless cultivators and tearing them to shreds. Pieces of flesh and broken limbs mixed together, sprinkling down from the sky, splashing out a rain of blood. The sky was filled with a dark red mist of blood, and the vast forest on the ground was also dyed red by blood. One after another, the guards and maids were killed by the sky barbaric demon commander and the demon king. Moreover, as the demon king killed the martial artists, he also devoured their blood, flesh, and souls. The martial artists that were killed by him were basically turned into skeletons. They died horribly. Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao also attacked with all their might. They released powerful killer moves to attack the sky barbaric demon commander and the demon king. However, their killer moves could not cause any substantial damage to the sky barbaric demon commander and the demon king. The two of them were furious and anxious. They were extremely worried. They knew that they were no match for the demon king and the sky barbaric demon commander, but they could not abandon their guards and maids and run away alone. However, if they continued to fight, the outcome was already decided. Everyone would die on the spot. The two of them were extremely conflicted. They could only pray that reinforcements would arrive soon. As time passed, the battle continued. The number of guards and maids was decreasing rapidly. In a quarter of an hour at most, the hundreds of guards and maids would be killed. Even more than half of the spirit beasts and birds that everyone rode were killed. There were also a dozen spirit beasts whose flesh, blood, and souls were devoured by the Devil Emperor. They turned into skeletons and scattered in the forest. Jiang Chen and Yan were both seriously injured. Their bodies were stained with blood, and their hair was disheveled. They looked very miserable. The two of them secretly discussed for a while before they quietly left the crowd and rushed towards Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao. Jiang Chen flew to Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao's side and advised them anxiously, "Domain Lord, Miss Yun, the situation is not good. You can't continue to tangle with the Demon Emperor. Domain Lord and Miss Yun, please break out of the encirclement immediately and take the opportunity to escape. We will protect you with our lives." Yan also advised, "Senior brother Tianqing, senior sister, we can't delay any longer. I'm afraid that before the reinforcements arrive, we will all be killed by the Devil Emperor. Where there's life, there's hope. As long as the two of you can escape, there'll be opportunities for revenge in the future. Ji Tianqing immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, how could I not understand this? But I can't leave you behind. If we have to leave, we have to leave together. Yun Yao also nodded and said in a serious tone, the Devil Emperor has set up a divine soul realm and sealed off the area within 100 miles. With our strength, there's no way we can escape. The only thing we can do now is to stubbornly hold on and wait for the reinforcements from Cloud Spirit Palace. Jiang Chen said anxiously, but this place is too far away from Cloud Spirit Palace. Even if Palace Master Yun and Miracle Dr. Bailey come to rescue us, it will take at least 2 hours. We won't be able to hold on for more than 2 hours before we are all killed. Yun Yao was suddenly speechless, and her eyes were also filled with deep anxiety. Ji Tianqing frowned and thought for a while. Then, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. No matter what, I have to give it my all. I can't let the Devil Emperor kill us all. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the battlefield in the sky. More than 300 martial artists were desperately besieging the Devil Emperor and the Heaven Barbaric Demonic Commander. More than half of the wedding procession had been killed and injured. Only about 300 martial artists were left. The intensity of the battle was evident. The Devil Emperor stood high in the sky with a cold smile on his face. He turned a blind eye to the martial artists who were besieging him. He kept waving his palms and sending out bloody demonic snakes to devour the martial artists' flesh and souls. Hundreds of martial artists attacked him with their swords and sabers like a rainstorm. However, he was surrounded by an invisible divine soul power. When the swords and sabers collided with the divine soul power, they would shatter and collapse. The Heaven Barbaric Demonic Commander was like a prehistoric beast. He was rampaging in the sky. Everywhere he passed, there was a bloody explosion. Countless martial artists were smashed into pieces. He seemed to enjoy the feeling of crushing and slaughtering his martial artists. He kept laughing excitedly. When Ji Tianqing saw this, he was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Murderous intent surged from his body. Without hesitation, he took out the Territorial Master's golden seal and infused it with his true yuan. The seal of mountains and rivers expanded to the size of a house with a radius of 20 meters. Seal of mountains and rivers, keep. He shouted and activated the power of the seal of mountains and rivers. It released a thick golden light that covered more than 20 martial artists who were charging at the martial artists. Swoosh! A powerful devouring power burst out and instantly sucked the guards into the space of the seal of mountains and rivers. Seeing this, Yun Yao quickly shouted, "Everyone, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Come back." However, most of the martial artists did not hear her because of the loud noise in the sky. Everyone was determined to die. They charged at the Devil Emperor and the Heaven Barbaric Demonic Commander without any intention of retreating. Ji Tianqing had no choice but to activate the seal of mountains and rivers. He sucked more and more martial artists into the seal of mountains and rivers. When he sucked the fourth group of martial artists into the seal of mountains and rivers, the Devil Emperor in the sky was finally angry. The Devil Emperor stared at Ji Tianqing coldly. Purple flames were burning in his eyes. His entire body was bursting with murderous intent. "Little bastard, I was just about to enjoy the taste of flesh and soul. How dare you ruin it? I wanted to let you live a little longer and let you know what despair is. Since you can't wait to die, I'll send you to heaven now." As he spoke, the Devil Emperor manipulated the power of his divine soul territory and released a bloody light that covered the sky. It condensed into 4 bloody demonic dragons that were 1,000 meters long and charged at Ji Tianqing. Roar! The 4 bloody demonic dragons roared in a frenzied and bloodthirsty manner. They charged at Su Mo with the power to destroy everything. Ji Tianqing sensed that something was wrong. His expression changed. He quickly put away the seal of mountains and rivers and tried to retreat. However, his speed was still too slow. Bang! 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 In an instant, the 4 bloody demonic dragons hit him from different directions. There was an earth-shattering sound. Chapter 9:12. Ji Tianqing had managed to close his golden wings in time to protect himself before the 4 bloody demonic dragons arrived. But he was still hit by the 4 demonic dragons. He fell from the sky and crashed into the forest below. Bam! 100-meter-wide crater was formed on the ground, and dust flew everywhere. The loud rumbling sound reverberated in the sky for a long time before dissipating. Yin Yao, Yan, and Jiang Chen were extremely worried when they saw this. They quickly flew toward the crater. Tianqing. Senior brother Tianqing. When the 3 of them arrived near the crater, they saw Ji Tianqing lying at the bottom of the crater. Half of his body was buried in the dust. His golden wings had dimmed, and his red wedding robe was tattered. His hair was disheveled, and his face was stained with blood. Fortunately, he was only slightly injured. His life wasn't in danger. He struggled to get up, flew out of the crater, and returned to the sky. The Demon King looked down at him like a cat playing with a mouse. He sneered, "Ji Tianqing, have you tasted pain and despair?" Ji Tianqing glared at him. He raised his head firmly and unyieldingly. His entire body was bursting with murderous intent. He didn't waste time talking. He fought back with action. Demon Sealing Palm. He used the White Heart Demon Suppression Art. Golden light surged all over his body. He waved his hand and unleashed a giant golden palm that blotted out the sun. It slammed toward the Demon King. The giant palm was filled with righteous energy. It emitted a holy and dazzling golden light, dispersing the bloody light and demonic aura in the sky. The Demon King frowned when he saw this. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He. Interesting. Unfortunately, you're still far from Kenshin's level. As he spoke, the Demon King raised his hand and formed a giant flaming fist. He slammed it down from the sky. Bam! The giant golden palm and the flaming fist collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Both of them exploded at the same time, turning into violent shockwaves that spread out in all directions. Ji Tianqing's face turned even more solemn when he saw that his ultimate move was easily neutralized. He once again exerted all of his strength and charged toward the demonic emperor. Demon Slaying Sword. The holy golden light condensed into a heaven-splitting sword that was over 100 meters long. Imbued with an overwhelming aura of righteousness, it sliced through the sky and pierced toward the demon emperor. The demon emperor was still standing proudly in the sky, not taking Ji Tianqing seriously at all. He waved his hand casually and unleashed a bloody blade that could split the sky and the earth. It shattered the demon-slaying sword into pieces. Ji Tianqing had no choice but to erupt with his strongest power, using the final move of the White Heart Devil Subduing Art. The great Tao is imperfect, the pure heart is pure, the 3 pure ones transform into Qi, the mysterious sky demon suppression. He stretched out his arms and drew out a profound seal. After images of arms filled the sky, and his entire body surged with dazzling golden light. A short while later, when he had accumulated his power to the limit, he finally unleashed it and swung it toward the demon emperor with all his might. Boom! With a loud boom, the holy golden light exploded and spread out in all directions, dispelling all of the demonic Qi and bloody light in the sky. The area within a radius of several dozen kilometers was enveloped by the dazzling golden light. More than half of the evil demonic Qi in the world was dispelled, and even the demon emperor's spiritual domain was affected. The bloody light in the sky dimmed significantly. The demon emperor was also engulfed by the holy golden light. The bloody light and demonic chi around his body were all dispelled and purified. He frowned, and a thick sense of hatred and killing intent flashed across his eyes. What he loathed and hated the most was this holy golden aura. "Bastard, you're courting death." The demon emperor was enraged. He waved his palms and used a secret technique of the demonic Tao. Demonic Soul Hurricane. His palms unleashed boundless black light, which condensed into a black hurricane that was over 1,000 meters tall. The black hurricane was imbued with a thick aura of death and unleashed an extremely violent power. Whoosh! 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 The demonic soul hurricane swept across the sky, instantly devouring all of the golden light in the sky. Everything in the hurricane's path was devoured, including the many guards and maids, as well as the spirit beasts and birds they rode. The terrifying devouring power swept everyone and the spirit beasts and birds into the hurricane. In the blink of an eye, they were shredded into pieces of flesh and blood, turning into a rain of blood. In just 10 breaths, the demonic soul hurricane had swept the sky clean. The holy golden light that covered the sky disappeared. More than 200 guards and maids, as well as dozens of spirit beasts and birds, were all devoured by the hurricane. The sky regained its calm. There were only 20 or so people left. Among them were the demon emperor, the heaven barbaric demon commander, Ji Tianqing, Yin Yao, Yan, and Jiang Chen. There were also more than 20 guards who were lucky enough to survive, as well as a few spirit beasts and birds. At this point, almost all of the 800 people in the wedding procession had been killed. The luckiest people were the dozens of martial practitioners that Ji Tianqing had taken into the seal of mountains and rivers. Such a horrifying outcome caused all of them to be filled with terror, grief, and indignation, and their eyes had turned completely red. If it was possible, everyone wanted to cut the demon emperor and the heaven barbaric demon commander into pieces. However, that was just wishful thinking. The demon emperor and the heaven barbaric demon commander were so powerful that everyone felt hopeless. The demon emperor stood proudly in the sky, looking at Ji Tianqing mockingly. He sneered and said, "Ji Tianqing, you must be very angry and desperate, right? Ha ha ha. If I don't let you die in extreme despair, how can I relieve the hatred in my heart?" Ji Tianqing stood high in the sky, staring at the demon emperor coldly. He shouted in a deep and cold voice, "Ancient demon emperor. You and I cannot exist under the same sky." The demon emperor sneered contemptuously. "You are just a worm. What a joke. I'll let you have a taste of being devoured by 1,000 demons right now. I'll let you be tortured to death in front of the person you love." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon emperor waved his palms and unleashed a bloody light that covered the sky. Countless abyss devil phantoms appeared amidst the dark red light. Tens of thousands of hideous and terrifying abyss devil heads appeared. All the demons opened their bloody mouths and bared their fangs, pouncing on Ji Tianqing crazily. Ji Tianqing was about to be drowned in the bloody light and surrounded by tens of thousands of demons. At this critical moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the sky not far away. Boom! As the loud sound exploded, a huge hole appeared in the bloody light curtain 30 miles away from them. A dazzling white light flashed through the hole like lightning, piercing through the sky and heading straight for Ji Tianqing. When the dazzling white light came closer, everyone could see clearly that it was a 1,000-meter-long divine dragon with a blazing white body. Roar! The holy and powerful white dragon instantly flew above Ji Tianqing's head and slammed into the bloody light. Bam! 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 The demon emperor's sanguine light was actually shattered by the holy white dragon, turning into a sky full of sanguine light fragments that scattered in all directions. Ji Tianqing's crisis was averted. The holy white dragon circled in the sky and stared at the demon emperor angrily. Chapter 9:13. When Yin Yao, Yan, and the rest saw the three figures, they looked as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and the flames of hope were burning in their eyes. There were 3 people who had arrived in time. One of them was a white-haired old man with an air of immortality, and the other was a dignified middle-aged couple. Without a doubt, the 3 of them were Miracle Dr. Bailey and Yun Zhongqi. At the most critical moment, they had arrived in time. Yun Zhongqi flew into the sky and glared at the Demon King and the Sky Barbarian Demonic Commander. The holy and majestic white dragon immediately flew to his side and circled behind him. Bailey Ningsu's face was filled with anxiety and worry. She flew to Yun Yao's side and checked on Yun Yao's injuries. "Yao Yao. Are you hurt? Are your injuries serious?" Miracle Dr. Bailey's face was gloomy, and his heart was filled with worry. His eyes swept across the entire place, and when he saw the situation, his face changed, and his eyes were filled with rage. Out of a team of 800 people, only 20 or so are still alive. What a cruel demon! Damn it! They deserve to die. Seeing that Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao were only injured and not in any danger, he was slightly relieved. He thought to himself, luckily, we arrived in time. Yao Yao and Tianqing are fine. If we had arrived any later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Therefore, he quickly told Bailey Ningsu, take care of Yao Yao and Tianqing. Leave the 2 demons to us. After that, he flew to the sky and stood not far from Yun Zhongqi, facing the Demon King and the Sky Barbarian Demonic Commander. Bailey Ningsu checked on Yun Yao's injuries and quickly healed her. Ji Tianqing finally had a chance to catch his breath. He quickly absorbed the energy of the green light precious tree to heal his injuries and restore his true core strength. At the same time, the Demon King and the Sky Barbarian Demonic Commander looked at Yun Zhongqi and Miracle Dr. Bailey with disdain. The Demon Emperor said in a mocking tone, "Hee, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. But that's fine as well. I'll capture all of you in one fell swoop and kill all of you, and I won't have to make another trip to Cloud Soul Palace." The Sky Barbarian Demonic Commander licked his lips ferociously and revealed a bloodthirsty smirk. "I've long heard of the great names of Miracle Dr. Bailey and Palace Master Yun. It's a pity that I've never had the chance to compete with you. Benshui will crush your skulls today and drink your blood." After saying that, a bloody light surged between his palms, and 2 broad, thick, and dark sabers appeared. Yun Zhongqi was brimming with murderous intent as he bellowed with a dark expression, "Ancient Demon Emperor, you really don't know what's good for you. How dare you sneak into Zhongzhou to cause trouble and attack my Cloud Spirit Palace? I'd like to see just how much strength you've recovered to actually dare to be so arrogant." Divine Dr. Bailey's hair and beard fluttered in the wind. 5 Divine Soul Dharma eyes appeared behind him as he shouted with a dignified voice, "This old man has been practicing medicine for hundreds of years. I've saved countless people, but I've rarely killed anyone. Today, I'm going to avenge the dead disciples of Cloud Spirit Palace and kill this evil demon." The demonic emperor's face was filled with disdain as he laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha. I've been away for thousands of years. It seems like you've forgotten what fear is. How dare 2 juniors be so arrogant and blaspheme my majesty? You deserve to die." After saying that, he waved his palms and shot out a bloody light beam that filled the sky. It was like a flood that poured down on Yun Zhongqi and Divine Dr. Bailey. Blood Sky Massacre. Suddenly, the sky was covered by a bloody light and turned into a world of bloody light. The Sky Barbarian Demonic Commander bellowed as well. He waved his giant sabers and charged toward Divine Dr. Bailey with murderous intent. "Old man, Benshui will kill you first. Let's see if you, the so-called miracle doctor, can save your own life." Soul-sealing Battle Royal Saber. The Sky Barbarian Demonic Commander waved his black saber and slashed out 99 bloody light sabers that descended from the sky toward Divine Dr. Bailey. The dark red light and the berserk and devastating saber chi immediately encased the surrounding area for dozens of kilometers. Yun Zhongqi and Miracle Dr. Bailey both roared angrily. They unleashed their trump cards and counterattacked valiantly. White Dragon's Roar, Kill. 1,000 Layers of Illusionary Spirits. Yun Zhongqi cast a spell with both hands and unleashed the Divine Spear, White Dragon's Roar. He controlled the Divine White Dragon to attack the Demonic Emperor. Divine Dr. Bailey also unleashed his ultimate skill. He waved his sleeves and shot out a spiritual light that filled the sky as he fought the Sky Barbarian Demonic Commander. The 4 Spirit Cultivation Realm elites fought in the sky. Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The sun and the moon dimmed as they fought. The blinding white light, the bloody light, and the 5-colored spiritual light completely covered the sky. The area within a radius of hundreds of miles turned into a colorful but chaotic world. The figures of the 4 elites were all covered. They flashed back and forth in the sky, colliding and separating. Rumble. Loud rumbling sounds filled the air and reverberated endlessly. In just a few breaths, the aftermath of the battle between the 4 elites had destroyed everything within a radius of hundreds of miles. A few mountains and mountains, as well as the vast forest, had all collapsed into barren land. The ground was filled with ravines and craters. It was a scene of devastation. After the 2 sides exchanged a few blows, the destructive shockwaves of the battle actually shattered the blood-light curtain that enveloped an area of 100 miles. The 4 of them stopped attacking temporarily. They stood high in the sky, facing each other from 20 miles away as they panted secretly. Yun Zhongqi had 2 new wounds on his body. Blood was flowing out, and he was panting heavily. The holy white dragon had turned back into a white dragon spear. He held it in his hand, and it shone with a holy white light. Divine Dr. Bailey was also badly injured. There were a few hideous wounds on his chest and back. His hair was also stained with blood. There was no doubt that the 2 of them were no match for the Demonic Emperor and the Sky Barbarian Demonic Commander even if they joined forces. However, the Heaven Barbarian Demon Commander was also badly injured. There were at least a dozen wounds all over his body. There was even a fist-sized hole in his chest that was bleeding profusely. Even the Demon Emperor's protective bloody light had been destroyed. There was a long and narrow wound on his shoulder, and purple demonic blood was seeping out. His face was extremely gloomy, and his body was surging with crimson murderous intent. It was like flames rising from his body. Invisible spiritual power spread out, causing black clouds to surge and demonic fog to fill the sky. He frowned and stared at Yun Zhongqi. He shouted in a venomous voice, "You lowly beast, how dare you injure me? You're dead. No one in this world can save you. I'll tear you to pieces." Yun Zhongqi endured his injuries and pain as he stared coldly at the Demon Emperor. He growled, "Demon Emperor, you are too arrogant. You've only recovered to the 7th level of the Soul Refinement Realm, and you dare to cause trouble in the Central State. Do you really think there's no one in the Central State who can stop you? So what? It's enough to kill all of you." The Demon Emperor shouted angrily. He waved his palms with a ferocious expression and used a demonic technique. Apocalyptic Demonic Sword. Following his angry roar, 6 huge black cloud vortexes appeared in the sky above the surging black clouds. Chapter 9:14. 6 gigantic black cloud vortexes appeared like holes in the sky. Each of the purple demonic swords contained the power to destroy the world. Demonic Tao characters and symbols shimmered on the 10,000-foot-tall sword, as if they came from the distant ancient era. The demonic emperor's ultimate move was like a demonic sword summoned from ancient times. It was going to destroy this world. When the 6 demonic swords descended from the sky, the heaven and earth within a radius of 100 miles were sealed, as if it was frozen in ice. Ji Tianxing, Bailey Ningsu, Yun Yao, and the others were all suppressed by an invisible force. It was as if they had fallen into a quagmire and could not move. Everyone was filled with fear and despair. They could only watch as the 6 demonic swords descended. Yun Zhongqi and Miracle Dr. Bailey were stronger. At the critical moment, they unleashed their strongest power and finally broke free from the shackles. The two of them fought back with all their might and used their most powerful ultimate moves. Dragon battle in the star field. 100 rivers gather to the sea, all living creatures come to life. Yun Zhongqi activated the white dragon roar and turned into a sacred white dragon. He charged toward the demonic swords. Miracle Dr. Bailey's robe fluttered. He spat out blood and used a forbidden secret technique. He gathered the power of 100 rivers and thousands of mountains to form a holy light that blocked the attack of the demonic swords. In the next moment, the 6 demonic swords finally descended. Boom! 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 The heaven and earth within a radius of 200 miles were drowned by the boundless purple light. If the purple light that covered the sky was the ocean, then everyone was a grain of sand in the ocean. They were drowned without a trace. They were insignificant. At this moment, everyone finally witnessed exactly how terrifying the ability of the peerless Devil Emperor that roamed freely through the ages was. Even though he had been sealed for 1,000 years and had only recovered to the 7th stage of the soul-tempering realm. However, he was once an immortal state cultivator. The ultimate secret techniques that he had mastered had the power to destroy the world. With just the people present, it was absolutely impossible for them to resist his demonic might. After a long while, the purple demonic blood light that covered the sky finally dissipated. Heaven and earth regained its clarity, and the dust that filled the sky gradually fell. He saw that the ground within a radius of 200 miles had become riddled with holes. It was a tragic sight. The mountain peak, the mountain range, and the sea of trees had all disappeared. What replaced them was a huge sinkhole with a radius of 100 miles. After a few years, when this sinkhole was filled with water, it would become an unfathomably deep lake. The sky was completely empty. Aside from the Demon Emperor and the heavenly barbaric demon commander, everyone else had fallen into the massive crater. Yun Zhongqi knelt on one knee in the deep pit, and half of his body was buried in the mud. His head was lowered. His golden crown was broken, and his hair was messy. His long hair hung down and covered his face. Drops of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto the soil beneath him. The dazzling white dragon spear was stabbed into the ground beside him. It flickered with a dim light and faintly emitted a sorrowful cry. Not far away, divine Dr. Bailey was lying in the mud. His white robe was tattered and stained with dark red blood. It was a ghastly sight. There were at least 20 wounds all over his body, and 4 of them were quite serious, almost threatening his life. Blood kept flowing out of his nose and mouth. His eyes were half closed, and they were blurry. It was obvious that he was severely injured and was at the end of his rope. Further away, at the edge of the huge crater, Bailey Ningsu, Ji Tianqing, Yun Yao, Yen, and the others were also lying on the ground in a mess. All of them were severely injured. Their bodies were covered in blood, and they looked miserable. However, Yun Zhongqi and divine Dr. Bailey had helped them block a few of the demonic swords and bore most of the power. Their injuries were not life-threatening, and their lives were not in danger. Jiang Chen, the leader of the guards, was also lying on the ground, covered in blood. He was on the verge of death. As for the 20 guards, maids, and a few spiritual beasts and birds, they had all been killed by the remaining power of the demonic swords and disappeared from the world. What a tragic scene! High in the sky, the Demon Emperor and the heavenly barbaric demon commander looked down and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha! How can you ant-like weaklings fight against this emperor? The heavenly barbaric demon commander had forgotten about his injuries and pain. He waved his saber excitedly and laughed. Worms of the human race, tremble before the demonic power of the demon emperor. Despair. In the huge crater, Ji Tianqing was the first to get up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and straightened his back. He looked up at the demon emperor and the heavenly barbaric demon commander in the sky, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. His injuries were not serious, and he still had half of his ethereal force and combat power left. He could still fight. He still had many trump cards that he had not used, such as the soul-reaping bell, the green light treasure tree, and the heaven-mending pearl. He was stubborn and wanted to fight again. However, just as he was about to fly into the sky and fight the demon emperor, Yun Zhongqi's voice came into his ears. "Tianqing, don't be rash. The demon emperor is too powerful, and we are no match for him. Your master and I will hold the demon emperor back. You and Yao Yao should leave this place and go to Zhongzhou to ask for reinforcements. Only the god-tier masters from the imperial residence can defeat the demon emperor. Go now." Ji Tianqing's body stiffened, and he turned to look at Yun Zhongqi. Yun Zhongqi stood up slowly, and his body was glowing with white light. The dirt on his body was shaken off. The 6 godly soul Dharma eyes lit up behind him again. He held the blazing white dragon spear in his right hand, and his body was once again filled with the majestic aura of a soul-refining cultivator. He looked at the sky proudly, and in a flash, he flew into the sky and charged at the demon emperor again with his spear. In Ji Tianqing's eyes, Yun Zhongqi's back was majestic, and there was a hint of sadness in it. Ji Tianqing knew that Yun Zhongqi was right. Only with the help of the god-tier masters would they have a chance to survive. However, he did not want to leave everyone behind and run away alone. At this moment, Miracle Dr. Bailey also got up from the crater. He used a secret technique to suppress his injuries. Then, he flew into the sky and charged at the demon emperor again. Before he attacked, he took a deep look at Ji Tianqing. His eyes were filled with hope and expectation. Although he did not say anything, Ji Tianqing understood the look in his eyes. Miracle Dr. Bailey also hoped that he would run away with Yun Yao. They could not stay here and wait for their deaths. Immediately after, Bailey Ningsu gave Yun Yao a few words of advice, then unsheathed her sword and charged into the sky without any regard for her own safety. When Ji Tianqing saw this, he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. He bit his lips so hard that blood flowed out. He hated the demon emperor so much. Yun Yao quickly flew over and grabbed his arm. She persuaded, "Tianqing. We can't do anything even if we stay here. We can't hurt the demon emperor at all. Don't hesitate anymore. Father, mother, and grandfather will hold the demon emperor back. Let's leave this place and ask the god-tier masters for help." Ji Tianqing gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. He nodded. "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.